person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim. We are available at Twitter at Third Party if you haven't checked that out. We also run a separate feed at Periscope, so if you're having problems with the reception due to censorship, feel free to go to our Third Party Twitter account and get the feed for Periscope. All right, we've got a lot of things going on today. And it's really a question of whose line of BS is going to float, with half the country supporting impeachment, the other half not wanting it, pretty much a split. This unsure political situation we have in the country has sparked a downturn in the stock market. The Dow Jones has dropped significantly, 494 points today to 26,078. It's not a good day. Yesterday was a bad day too, over 300 points down. So the reaction of a very mixed up political environment on the stock market's definitely happening. The reality that Donald Trump is clinging to Giuliani's support, because Giuliani, remember, has been with him by his side through the entire Mueller testimony and the Mueller report, I think means that Donald Trump is still standing by his friend Giuliani. And I got to tell you, Giuliani's out there with his mouth working it left and right. And that's exactly the kind of defense, a good strong offense, that Donald needs. So ironically, as much as Giuliani is in the mix of everything, he did seem to go out on a limb and reach out to Ukrainian officials, even tried to get in touch with the president personally, but was unable for whatever reason. But Giuliani was leading the whole time, and he never had the authority of anyone except maybe Pompeo. And they're talking about how Pompeo may have been the kingpin behind this investigation. I don't know. I mean, this guy seems a little half-witted. Let's listen in. CNN has his report. He's saying he's been consistent throughout, but I mean, consistently denying that he knew anything about the whistleblower report. And now we're finding out that Pompeo was in on the conversation that the whistleblower was talking about. He didn't even know anything about it, he said. Now he knows everything about it. It's all consistent.
On the phone call. The phone call was in the context of, now I guess I've been the Secretary of State for coming on a year and a half. I know precisely what the American policy is with respect to Ukraine. It's been remarkably consistent, and we will continue to try to drive those set of outcomes.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting that President Trump pressed the president of Ukraine 8 times to work with Rudy Giuliani to investigate Joe Biden's son. What do you know about those conversations?
So you just gave me a report about a high-seat whistleblower campaign, none of which I've seen.
He knew nothing about it. So Trump is trying to claim that Pompeo, wanted Giuliani to get this thing started. Giuliani's all over the place. He's saying he was involved. He wasn't. He was called to task by the State Department to do this. He wasn't. I mean, he's a private attorney. Thanks, Time Pilot. So Congress has subpoenaed Pompeo over his failure to produce documents related to the Ukraine.
We will, of course, do our constitutional duty to cooperate with this co-equal branch, but we are going to do so in a way that is consistent with the fundamental values of the American system, and we won't tolerate folks on Capitol Hill bullying, intimidating State Department employees. That's unacceptable, and it's not something that I'm going to permit to happen.
I'm sorry to say, but that's called the checks and balances. When Congress oversees this and insists upon a whistleblower complaint, this guy, he seems to be involved in an American experiment. Listen to this video that he took a while back when he was interviewed about his role with the CIA.
I was the CIA director. We lied, we cheated, we stole. It was like we had entire training courses. It reminds you of the glory of the American experiment.
What exactly is that? You lying, cheating, and stealing and deceiving us? I mean, I don't know if Pompeo is the right guy to rest your ledge on there, Donald. I mean, I'm suggesting that maybe Donald should maybe make Rudy Giuliani the vice president. That would bring him into the loop and make him his key guy. I mean, Pence sits around doing nothing most of the time, probably eating bonbons and gaining weight. But I don't know exactly where Donald's going to go with Rudy, but I know he stands behind him and Rudy stands behind Donald, and I think they're a good team. And I must say that if they get dirt on Biden and Hunter and this prosecutor, they may have a case, but they don't really have a case. Now, I've been tweeting all day, and I've been tweeting Rudy himself, and I suggested that Rudy read this story by James Risen about his role in discovering the Ukrainian connection, 4 years ago. And this is the original story that was brought up, and he said he wrote about the Bidens in Ukraine years ago, then the right-wing spin machine turned the story upside down. It turns out that Biden did did connect the dots between Ukraine cleaning up corruption and $1 billion in aid. That's true. But he didn't connect the dots to his son, Hunter. He simply wanted to fire that prosecutor because he wasn't stopping corruption in Ukraine. So that was taken out of context by the Republicans, and they're still going to have to find this out. Hopefully Rudy will read the article. But that doesn't mean that Biden didn't have a strong connection in this case, and if they can uncover dirt at whatever time, and maybe this process should start now, not later. Maybe they should start now. The fact is, they need to have an assembled case against Biden if they're going to actually continue this line of discussion to defend against impeachment. Because Donald Trump did appear to reach out to the Ukrainian government to get dirt on Biden. We also have other strong evidence that there's been connections to former Ukrainian Secret Service official leaks info on how the Ukraine funded Clinton campaign with stolen IMF money. That's a huge pile of doo-doo. if Biden was involved, Clinton was involved, this connection is very real. So arguably the Republicans have a strong case against Biden, but it's not laid out. It's not supported by any of the evidence. So unless they can get solid evidence, they're really kind of grasping at straws, the Republicans are. And there's more than enough evidence out there to bring up. But unfortunately, they haven't drawn the connection. I even alluded to the Chinese connection. Apparently, Biden and his son Hunter have been working with China, and that's why Biden is so soft on China. That's a very strong case the Republicans have, too. So I would like to see a substantial case brought by the Republicans against Biden as a way of moving away from impeachment. But it still looks like Donald Trump violated laws when he reached out to Ukraine and said they wanted dirt on his opponent. So we'll see where that goes. But Trump and his allies are seeking to discredit the whistleblower, but there are strong pieces of evidence here that Republicans are starting to move against Trump. Of course, this is coming from a biased CNN site, so it's hard to take any of this seriously.
To question some of his employees. In a letter, Mike Pompeo saying Democrats are trying to intimidate, bully, and treat improperly the distinguished professionals of the Department of State.
And are you planning on going to
House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff today refusing to answer questions about Pompeo's letter. Instead, issuing this statement late this afternoon, along with two other committee chairmen, saying Pompeo should immediately cease intimidating department witnesses in order to protect himself and the president.
Thank you very much.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Zelensky, whose phone call with President Trump triggered the investigation, now trying to distance himself from the controversy, insisting that he never met with Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani,
He never
and
did.
denying that he was pressured by Trump to investigate Biden.
Did you feel pressure from President Trump to investigate the Bidens in order to unfreeze military aid?
I understood. I'd like to tell you that I never feel pressure.
All this as the president's defenders follow his lead in trying to disparage the whistleblower's credibility.
The thing is filled with, I don't know, I heard, I overheard. There's not a single time he says, I know.
Trump's other personal lawyer, Jay Sekulow, arguing the president didn't break the law.
What is the rule, regulation, statute that was violated in the conversation that the president had with the president of Ukraine? None. Nothing.
And there are some Trump allies who are worried that the White House was not adequately prepared for this fast-moving impeachment inquiry. And while CNN has learned that there are no plans as of right now for a war room to be established, we have also learned that the president's aides are expected to present him with a response plan as soon as this week.
Well, yeah, the mention of the word war room, you wonder, is Donald Trump going to start a war as a diversion now? You got to wonder if that's his next move. Anyway, we got a link here from Scissor Fight. Fox News, let's take a look at that. Fox News, Todd Starnes out after suggesting Democrats worship pagan god Moloch. Todd Starnes' contract at Fox News is not renewed. Now, he claimed he'd made comments the Democrats were worshiping the pagan god Moloch. They don't believe in the Christian God. Instead, may worship Moloch, he said. Okay, well, that's how to ruin your career and go off the deep end. I don't know. There's a lot of concern that Joe Biden has got some dark spots in his history. And if he got his son Hunter a job for $50,000 a month, that reeks of nepotism, especially after his son Hunter was charged with possession of cocaine and kicked out of the Navy. That's serious. But then there's other questions about Biden that need to be exploited. Trump hasn't run enough of these ads. This story, Biden admits plagiarism in school but says it was not malevolent. So he admitted to plagiarizing a 15-page article or paper that he wrote, 5 pages of which were not actually attributed to the author. And that got him into a real problem back in law school. So that's one little dark spot in his history. And then let's not forget this video Scissor Fight made into a 153 News site video. Let me play it for you.
Maggie, do you want to come over here?
Come on, Maggie, make me look better. Okay? There we go.
Do you guys want to move this way? There we go. Right there. Perfect. Thank you.
You gotta look up at the center photographer up top of it. You ready here?
Thank you.
All right, well, nice to see you guys.
Right there. Perfect. Thank you.
You gotta look up at the center photographer up top of it. You ready here?
Thank you.
Now look at her reel backwards look at her reel backwards as he's trying to kiss her, and he says, "Talk to my daughter Ashley about the film." So Joe, what's your daughter Ashley got a film about? And why would you tell a 13-year-old how horny she made you? I mean, this is just totally inappropriate. And this needs to be discussed as well by Trump. So if Trump is sincere about exposing Biden, he better start exposing all these things. Plagiarism in law school, the bizarre touching of this young girl, 13 years old, and what he said to her. This needs to be looked at deeper. Now, I'm not trying to give Trump an upper hand here. I want a fair process to take place. I want the Republicans to know that Trump's had every opportunity to attack Biden and basically do what he had to do, but there's just not enough truth in what he's saying about Biden firing a prosecutor who somehow helped his son Hunter. It doesn't add up. Unless the Republicans can find that dirt, they better go to some other dirt, because they've got other dirt out there on Biden that to certainly work with, not to mention the fact that he's had 3 aneurysms and brain surgery. Now, Bernie Sanders today had stents installed. He had blockages in his arteries from eating too many lox and bagels or something. So Bernie supporters are a little concerned about Bernie. Is he okay? It's a treatment that a lot of men his age get. So you Bernie supporters, hang in there. Bernie still is getting his arteries reamed out and some stents installed. It's a procedure that will normalize his problem. So I have no ill will toward Bernie, but he's not out yet completely. He's 78, yeah. He can still be in the race. No, even with stents installed, he can certainly do fine. Yeah. I don't really dislike Bernie on that level. I dislike him because he threw the race to Hillary in 2016. It was obvious. And the fact that he made enough to buy 2 $600,000 houses and get a $2.1 million income every year and be in the 1%er and then claim he's trying to share the wealth with everybody. I mean, that just doesn't add up. Sorry. So I don't like Bernie on a lot of different levels. And the decisions he wants to put, like a $9 billion tax on Amazon. He wants Amazon to pay $9 billion in taxes every year. That's just, they're not paying any taxes right now. That's a problem. But I mean, to ask a company that makes $13 billion to pay $9 billion in taxes, that's ridiculous. Even I wouldn't do that to Bezos. So you like smelling girls' hair? Well, I don't think his behavior should be ignored, and that's why I played Scissor Fight's 153 News video. And by the way, you've had, 13,000 hits, Scissor Fight? Yeah. 13,396 views. That's great. Yeah. Glad you made that when you did. It's the best audio corrections that I've seen yet. We're not seeing any better yet, but there's probably better equipment that might be able to synthesize and get the voice of Joe Biden down perfectly without altering it. Yeah. Yeah, so the big connection, though, that I wanted Trump to exploit, and this is where his experts on his team have every right to investigate. Hunter Biden's Chinese deal partners, including the mobster Whitey Bulger's nephew, John Kerry's stepson, Free Beacon has a story, and it's certainly relevant to this entire case. I mean, Biden is no Mr. Nice Guy when it comes to, using his influence for his son. And he apparently is helping a mobster, Whitey Bulger's nephew, and John Kerry's stepson in the process. So this is a very serious allegation, and Trump needs to work this over too. No stone unturned. Now, I'm not here to create animosity with the Republicans or the Democrats, so I was actually tweeting to Rudy today, and hopefully he got my message. I'm certainly responding to people on left and right issues, because I think as a centrist, I really need to keep this dialogue rolling between the two sides. It's one way to avert a terrible calamity like Donald Trump wants, a civil war too. Now, I don't know what kind of a person Donald Trump is, but to think that he's that important that we'd have a civil war over him, that's a completely distorted view of his own self-worth. That just does not add up. I'm not a big Trump supporter. I'm not a big Biden supporter anymore, but I want clarity here. And I just want everybody to get their word out. I want Republicans to know that they're not being treated unfairly. I called them retardicans last night, and I feel a little weird about calling them retardicans, because they continue to believe that Donald Trump is telling the truth, and he clearly is lying, especially about, I'll gladly show you my tax returns for 10 years, no problem. Well, there's a big problem, and he's filing lawsuit after lawsuit so no one can see his tax returns. So that's a problem. And you Republicans, that's why I called you retardicans. You Democrats, you simply believe that the Democrats are going to solve the world's problems, and they haven't done anything. They haven't cured the problem with of homelessness. They haven't even tackled it. What, 8 years of Obama and they couldn't deal with homelessness? Really? Yeah, and then they want to characterize their health care plan, Obamacare, as a big win. I just tweeted with John Cusack. I went back at him and said, if we don't get funding, if we don't get Medicare costs under control, we're going to have a problem with paying for that in Medicare. Medicare is way over expensive. It's too costly. We really need to tackle the cost of healthcare, and that's what I'm addressing with my mobile service units and mobile healthcare units. Homelessness and healthcare can be resolved by a national program that provides real solutions that are effective and cost effective as well. Yeah, here's the Periscope link if you're having problems with the site. Mark is getting tons of money to try to censor me. I'm not making that up. We've got more than enough evidence from various sources that he hands out $5,000 a day to people to attack us. That's what I'm hearing from various people. And that's just, he'll hand out 5,000 to this guy and 5,000 to this guy. He must be making bank doing this, making money from Russians to stop me. And someone even said that the Rockefeller Institute was giving him support. I mean, what? Seriously? You're that frightened of a centrist third-party candidate that the richest people in the world are throwing money at Mark? This is sad. I'm not alt-right and I'm not alt-left. I'm a centrist, and I'm trying to make people understand that we do need to get to the bottom of the corruption in both the Biden school and the Trump school, whatever school that is. I don't believe that the Democratic pundits out there who think that Trump is count him out in the next election. Trump is a fighter, and so is Giuliani. And unless the Democrats can call these people out and develop charges and criminal charges, they're going to be wasting our time with a failed impeachment hearing unless they can get the real meat and potatoes under there. The whole issue has been discussed thoroughly on my Collusion 1 and Collusion 2 video. There's more than enough evidence for Donald Trump to be impeached right now. The Democrats don't need to rely on this. This is a lot simpler than they realize. So how do we do it? Cheating in the election is one of the criteria. We know from the Mueller statements and testimony that Donald Trump did know that the Russians were rigging the election in his favor, and he didn't tell the FBI. That is technically cheating the election. We can just leave it at that. We can even go deeper into it and show all the different ways that he gained advantage using Cambridge Analytica and other groups, third-party groups, to give them the edge using Russian influence. We can go on to details into how the NRA funneled money to Donald Trump, and we don't even hear from the NRA anymore. They don't even talk about it. So that's definitely a case. Misuse of power is what's happening right now. Donald Trump has a history of aggressively attacking anybody that questions him, and he's done it with James Comey. He's done it with allegations of wanting to fire Mueller that Dan McGahn said was going on, and many other people confirmed that he wanted to fire Mueller, which is obstruction of justice. So more than enough evidence of misuse of power. I can cite 3 or 4 instances where he tasked the government, including recently, he told the Secretary of Commerce to tell a couple of major NOAA executives to change their story to support his assertion that the storm was heading toward Alabama, not the Bahamas, or the Bahamas and Alabama. And that's just a misuse of power right there. You can't tell the Secretary of Commerce to intimidate NOAA officials into denying what happened. That's just a classic example of the many different examples of misuse of power. So there's more than enough evidence here to move forward with impeachment. We don't have to dig this too deep. It's pretty obvious. The question is, will these people be able to do that? Will the Democrats be able to pull that off? I don't know. They seem to be a party run by a guy named Adam Schiff. Nadler took the ball, and now Adam Schiff is leading. We'll see if this can actually play out, because right now all I see is a lot of people like Ocasio, making a storm on the alt left. And meanwhile, the strong evidence that Putin and Trump work together is still sitting there and not being exploited by the Democrats. So unless they can get their act together and follow a solid line of logic, it's highly doubtful they'll get past the House. All right, so let's talk about what's going on in your life. We're reading the chat here. I'm right in the middle on the issue. I do believe that Trump should be impeached. I don't believe that the Senate is going to impeach him yet, unless it becomes more than obvious that they have to cut ties with Trump in order to save their party, the Republicans. I'm excited too, because remember, the reason why the Democrats won the 2018 election was not because we wanted amnesty for illegal aliens. No, we didn't want another health care plan either. What the Democrats have been doing essentially is wasting 2 years of time. We're getting on in time, and we're still wondering why they've waited this long for impeachment. I'm glad they finally heard my call, because I've been saying impeachment from the day one, even before he was elected. But it's almost too little too late. Unless they can assemble a case strong enough, Trump will slide through into the 2020 election campaign, and there'll be another election, and the people will decide. But if the Democrats can pull this off, if they can impeach him in the House, it'll show their hand as being strong, and it'll give whoever they choose as their Democratic choice, the leader of their nomination, the chance to actually provide solutions instead of just talking about it like they've been doing with Obama and Biden. So we'll see. We're waiting for the truth to make itself evident. My lead has been the very clear lead all along. I've been working toward telling you people what's going to happen. I told you that the Republicans weren't going to overturn Obamacare. I was right. They would never repeal Obamacare. I was right also about the impeachment process and how they're now finally moving in this direction. I'm leading this issue, and I've been leading from the very beginning. Everything I've actually laid out for you on a nightly basis is coming true. There isn't one prognosis that I've given you of what's going on that is failing me. So I've been very accurate in my assessment of the news, and that's what we do. We interpret the news here. Okay, Bernie's got something going on, his status. Let's take a look. Some of you are still Bernie supporters. Many of you are hoping Bernie for a fast recovery. I know his girlfriends are hanging out with him now. You know, I'm going to play that later because I don't think I can do that without getting a rap singer to want to monetize that song. So, yeah. Dow Jones is down 494 points today. Not something we can just ignore. It was a down day, and it's heading down tomorrow. So we'll see. All this controversy with Trump and dogging him because he doesn't have a quorum of support from the government and from the American people. Trump has been fighting the Democrats on every issue, and this creates a real negative climate for making progress. Unlike Ronald Reagan, who's more of a centrist president, Trump is divisive. He doesn't inspire Democrats. His denial of climate change has pretty much left a lot of people going, wow, what the hell is going on with you? I mean, Trump doesn't even want to acknowledge the existence of chemtrails. And as you know, I'm a very, very open person about how this stuff is happening right before our very eyes. And yeah, take a look at this. Explain that. Yeah, we have edge detection on here. What the hell are they dropping on us? Yeah, very weird stuff taken in this picture here. I'm looking at another option of discussing orbs another night, but chemtrails and orbs seem to go hand in hand. Yes, I heard the founder of the Weather Channel denies climate change too, and I'm okay with that. I ran a short little story earlier in the pre-show about a letter that a couple of UN top brass people have written, basically going against Agenda 2030. So it's nice to see that the UN is not 100% behind Agenda 2030 and Greta Thunberg. We certainly need some clarity here. They said there's no climate emergency. These two top executive secretary and the Secretary General of the United Nations, they said there's no climate emergency. Natural as well as anthropogenic factors cause warming, like volcanoes. Warning is far slower than predicted. Climate policy relies on inadequate models, which they're saying CO2 is plant food, the basis for all life on Earth. And global warming has not increased natural disasters, they're claiming. And the climate policy must respect scientific and economic realities. And this is an agreement we can come to agree to disagree. That we can all just say, yeah, there's some serious questions about how the world is changing relative to the big picture. But I still have this huge problem, and that is we're being lied to. Yeah, we're being lied to on a daily basis. The chemtrails are real. They keep dropping in the skies above us. You can't deny the reality that they're spraying us. So if they're purposely doing this to the environment, as we sit here and go, huh? And then they're telling us with Greta that we have to do something immediately, and then pushing cap and trade legislation, which is another form of taxation. You know they're up to something no good. The very people that are causing the climate change, or whatever you want to call it, are the ones asking for tax dollars to fix it. That's what's happening. Okay, we've got a DDoS coming. I'll be keeping abreast of it. I doubt Mayor Giuliani just mentioned me on Hannity, but I'm trying to give Giuliani a chance to defend himself and do a good job with his buddy Donald Trump. I don't hate Giuliani or hate Donald Trump. I don't want them to feel like the world's out to get them either. and I certainly want to know the truth about Biden and what he did and why he gave his son such a big padded job. So I'm not here to create enemies with the Republicans or Democrats. I actually want to be more of a uniter at this key time. I don't have a VPN I can tell you to get, because if I told you what my VPN was, I'd be violating my security. So I've been running my show out of a VPN since I got back from my summer vacation, where I use the VPN across country. I can't do the show without a VPN now because they will DDoS me. No, I never lost a bus station tie. No. I don't even know what you're talking about. I never got a tie at a bus station. This was given me by Sarah. Very nice tie. It's one of my favorites. Yes, you're right. The FBI and the NSA run most of the VPNs. So I found a VPN that's not run by the NSA or the CIA or the FBI. Yeah, I realize that these people may be involved in paying Mark. The very deep state we've all been talking about, you QAnoners have been talking about, us truthers have been talking about, the very deep state that is behind the scrim of our government, very likely are funding Mark to stop me. Ironically, they don't want a third party to succeed because their power structure is desperately in danger if a third party were to rise to power. Everything that they've invested in, the richest people in the world, with all the money they've thrown in the two-party system, would be for naught. And they wouldn't be able to buy me, and that's disturbing them. The stream is down. I'm here. I'm being attacked. Again, you guys can go to my Periscope show right now and see a live video and use pop-out chat with Periscope. Yeah. It's a simple way around this, man. I've been giving you the way out. I don't understand it. You may have to sign into your Twitter account. It tells me I'm broadcasting, so what I'll do is I'll go off Vaughn and then go back on Vaughn. And that at least throws them off. Refresh now. You're going to go as Richard Simmons for your company Halloween party? I'll be darned. Good for you. So we talked about the Brexit today. We've discussed how Boris Johnson is actually trying to be nice to the European Union, but still is moving toward the Brexit. So we'll see how that plays out. I don't know if Boris Johnson has a timetable for his improvements in the economy of England, but I really don't care. Yours is off the air. Okay, we are being censored. Go here. It's that simple. There's an attack going on in our show. We're being broadcast on iVlog. Let's take a look and see what else is going on. Apparently somebody is impersonating me, and he's doing all kinds of weird things on dating sites. Yeah, they'll stop at nothing. There are people right now that are impersonating me and trying to lure women into meeting them or something. I can't control what's going on outside of my show every night. So this isn't the first time somebody has spoofed my number or even impersonated me publicly. Really? So Final Dream, you're telling people how you're able to connect at McDonald's through your Wi-Fi and then start doing something that only a hacker would do. Oh man, you're something else. You're probably one of those people that sit there and at the drive-through with your Wired Shark out, and you're just harvesting information because you can do it. You get away with it. Well, as long as you're not using that information illegally, I suppose, there's nothing anyone can do, right? people know they're on public networks. Bud Dwyer had a suicide on TV. I didn't hear. Huh. In 87. His suicide was broadcast later that day to a wide television audience across Pennsylvania. Shot by gunshot on TV, yeah. The politician who killed himself. That's terrible. Yeah, I didn't know about that. Yeah, do I want to watch that? The death of an honest man? Convicted politician Bud Dwyer's televised suicide haunts us, not because he was guilty of his crimes, but because he was innocent. Wow. He warned everybody to stay back just seconds before fatally shooting himself in front of television cameras in January of 87. He was the acting Pennsylvania state treasurer. He was 47-year-old was a week away from his sentencing on convictions connected to bribery, but he remained adamant about his innocence. Wow. So he was an innocent guy who they claimed was bribing people, and he wasn't. And he killed himself. Wow, you'd think a person who's innocent would face the music. Of course, even people that are guilty of being, weird, like Bernie. Bernie had basically a stent installed today. He's looking for, some relief. I guess he had some angina pain, I would imagine, and he contacted a doctor, and they did an angiogram, and they probably determined that he had blockage in an artery, and they put a stent in his artery. So he'll be up and running. Okay, our video signal at Mark's has been suspended. So let me go to the Mark's site and see if I can get to another connection. There are ways of moving around on Mark's site to get around what's going on. Let me see if I can do this. Takes me just a second to find another server. They are blocking me from streaming, yeah. My message has been growing so dramatically over the past few years, and so many people have been watching our show, that it's almost shocking to think that they're going to be able to try to stop me. They think that they are. And we're just going to keep pushing the broadcast forward. Let's see if this works. Refresh. Let's see where they're actually knocking me down. Yeah. Okay, it's working now. Good. We're being attacked by Russian and Ukrainian forces, perhaps. Yeah. I'm doing everything I can to jog around the censorship. I just popped into a new ingest server, which gave them another opportunity to go attack us from a different angle, but we'll see how long this can go. The Dissenter browser. You want to know about the Dissenter browser? Yeah. I have an image here of the Dissenter browser. We're going to talk about that tomorrow in our Thursday show. This is a free speech web browser that's brand new, and Final got us this information. Thank you, Final. Apparently it works on Windows, Linux, and Mac. So it's set up is built for the people, not advertisers, blocking big tech ads and trackers by default. And I'm anxious to download it, so I'm going to check it out. I've been sampling various browsers. We've got Epic, which is pretty minimal. I've got AVG Secure. I like that one too. Chrome, Firefox. Firefox is super fast now. And Opera. Yeah, we're looking into the oil and gas industry connections to the Clintons as well. And the fact that they've been working out of Ukraine at various levels. Burkhout founded in the Netherlands-based organization Climate Intelligence Foundation. Leaks showed that they were organizing a campaign against political commitments to net zero carbon emissions being made into law. Okay, we'll look into that. There are a lot of people really angry at this idea of cap and trade. And I'm not in favor of it at all. I'm not really angry about it. I'm not in favor of it. ABG does track sites you go to. Yeah, no, there's no question about it. And you did warn me about ABG, but it does work when others don't. I had a problem on a website. I couldn't make a payment. And it was like a normal website I was using a long time ago, and ABG did work. It was the only one that worked. It was weird. You know, I don't have a naked picture of Ocasio-Cortez. Do you? I didn't think she did something like that. Seems like a good girl. Yeah, she doesn't seem like the kind that would do that. No, I've never used NetZero. You're talking about the phone company? Oh, I had a card with NetZero at one time, I think. Who I like more, Ocasio or Miley? Okay, let's see if we put this together. Miley for one, now that she's available, and I'm not looking to date either one, by the way. I'm already involved with a woman. She just broke up with her lover, her lesbian lover, and she's now available. Miley is. With Caitlyn Carter, she just broke up. So, yeah. Would you prefer Miley or Ocasio? Let's just say, yeah, Ocasio would be 1 and Miley would be 2. Would you go for 1 or 2? Number 1 or number 2? Isn't that what you ask people when they go to the bathroom? Oh, sorry. I heard, Amber, I'm going to feed you in a bit. Just relax. You'd go for Miley? Misanthropy prefers Miley over Ocasio? Okay, what if we threw in the package of both Caitlyn and Miley? Would you go for Caitlyn and Miley over Ocasio? I'm just joking with you guys. Yeah, I'm not really interested in talking about Ocasio. Okay, so we've covered almost every story I wanted to touch on, except for the fact that Biden did commit plagiarism when he was in law school. Yeah, many people don't know the history of Biden, but here's a 1987 article about him. He admitted to plagiarism, and I think we need to look at that when analyzing who Biden is. I can't imagine anyone entertaining. I think he got the raw end of the deal. I read the story. I don't think he necessarily intentionally plagiarized. I don't think it was a willful attempt to plagiarize. It was not malevolent. So I see how he walked out of that one. Yeah. So nothing to worry about there. 1987 articles, who cares, A little applesauce. It's kind of funny that we've forgotten about the Jeffrey Epstein case. But I think it's important to note that not a lot of effort by our government into finding out what happened at Epstein Island has gone on. Strange things are happening on Epstein Island. There are. They boarded up the temple. They had a picture of Epstein standing next to his truck here 20 days after he allegedly died. No, I never use microwaves in my cooking show. No. There's a lot of things happening. A lot of concrete was moved into Orgy Island 2 months before he was arrested. There's no evidence, it's no discovery by our government as to what this pile was. Somehow under there's a big, huge pile of garbage that may have telling signs of something. They didn't bring any cadaver dogs out there. Why did he have an ambulance on the island? That's a weird thing. They didn't have any cadaver dogs there to look at any of the items that are now seemingly covered up by concrete. So I think they should get jackhammers in there and do some serious work, find out what the hell's going on. The FBI raid wasn't even a published raid. And why was the FBI and the NYPD there 2 days after Epstein allegedly died? There was no legitimate reason. Yeah, so these are big questions that are going unanswered. Our government's not doing anything. Why did they cover up the windows when a drone looked at them looking at Epstein's stuff? All these things raise huge questions about what the heck is going on at Epstein Island. So without any government oversight, we have to assume Epstein's alive and he's back in business. I don't buy the coroner report because his face did not match the body. Any idiot could tell you that. More than enough evidence that there was definitely a huge conflicts in the testimony that Epstein was allegedly dead. Look at this. We got this picture from Scissor Fight last night. This shows you the corpse right here, and then Epstein, and it compares the nose. It's not the same nose, not the same cheekbone. The corpse had bruising, which implies physical violence, which wouldn't be the case with a suicide. He wasn't beaten up, allegedly, but he was. And then the ears don't match. I mean, how simple can you possibly compare the two? There's just no way Epstein is dead. He's clearly alive still, and the government is ignoring this. Now, the Republicans are claiming the FBI doesn't do their job. Yet Trump put Wray in the office to make the FBI do their job. So exactly why can't Trump make the FBI do their job and investigate Jeffrey Epstein? Exactly why can't the FBI do their job at all? And why is it Giuliani keeps saying the FBI didn't do their job in investigating Ukraine or anything? Well, Trump is in charge of Wray, and he could easily have the FBI do their job, but he's not doing that. That means that Trump is simply a puppet for the deep state. That's all we can conclude. The pathologist hired to observe Epstein's autopsy is known for testifying in the O.J. Simpson case and the JFK and Martin Luther King assassinations. Mr. Cover-Up coroner himself. So his testimony is ridiculous. All these cover-ups, ridiculous testimony from people that are supposed to be experts. Everybody should be doing their job. That's the bottom line.
Do your work.
Yeah. All right, Sarah's here. She made it to the show, and we're going to give you a little... No, that's okay. You don't ever have to rush to the show. I've got plenty of time. I will let you take over. We had to get to a new ingest server just to do the show because Mark shut us down on one ingest server completely.
Oh.
And the censorship continues. If we have a problem with Vaughn, I can switch to a new ingest server. I've got make that happen, but I'm coming. Hey, by the way, the news story of the day is that the killer of Botham Jean, Amber Geiger, who's found guilty, will be sentenced to 10 years for killing this black man who she thought was walking into his apartment, and apparently it was one floor down from hers, and she got 10 years. So I think that's a suitable penalty, although it does seem a little light. And Hannity is framing this thing as the Democrats want to impeach Trump because they're hell-bent on revenge for the 2016 defeat. I don't know. They should have had another election because the last election was completely rigged by the Russians. So I don't see why Hillary didn't file a lawsuit saying the election was rigged. I mean, that would have been a simple fix, but she didn't do that, so. Okay, thank you. I'll be back. Grab that. Okay, your dinner time.
I'll let David look at that when he gets back. Hell all day. Okay. You just heard, oh, ingest server, he said, TrueBlue, instead of new browser, ingest server. He had to do a different one on Vaughn. I don't know what you're talking about, G. Gordon Liddy. Yes, exactly. True scissor fight. Sarah versus Screen versus some YouTube channel. Oh, no, we do not share a bunk bed. Jet! Take Me Back to London. I'd go with the Ed Sheeran song. Yes. I don't like that username though. Anger is you. I'm gonna go with happiness is me. Acceptance is me. We don't do a bunk bed. King size bed. You see what you see in green screen. Alright. Yes, there is a drive-in theater where I live. It's just down the road. It's between where I live and my town. There is a drive-in theater. The final season of Mr. Robot begins on Sunday. That means I can watch the old season, maybe, finally. Extra professional today. What's the occasion? Maybe meeting with my principal after my... Yeah, a small meeting with my principal. I could call that an occasion. Ironically, I like worked in the garden in my dress this. But yeah, I mean, I meet with my principal quite a bit, but today was like about how I was teaching, and I just felt might as well dress nice. The worm farm is doing really well. It's kind of funny. Today, one of the kids are like, "Can we look in this one?" And they're like, "Well, look at all the worms climbing up and crawling on the..." I was like, "Yeah, one fell off the roof when they opened it up." It's pretty amazing. 99% of key locks can be opened with an electric toothbrush in seconds. Oh, wow, Reptoid. But then I was working out in the garden beds this afternoon. That's one of the reasons I was a little late, because I was like, I'm going to spend an hour in the beds. Wait, I'm going to go talk to someone for up to an hour. It's like 40 minutes. And then I'm going to go spend an hour in the beds. And then, oh, I better work in my classroom. Yeah, anyway. I am here for David primarily, but I can be here for anybody else that shows up. But I was working out in the garden. Oh, there's just so much, weeding to do this time of year. Well, for me, weeding and harvesting seeds and pulling up all the dead vegetation. But yeah, I was working out in the garden. I'm letting a whole bunch of chives grow, like a lot of chives. I'm letting the Swiss chard continue to grow. I'm letting some sweet peas continue to grow. You want a 3D machine to make your own original chess set? That sounds like a really good idea, Bangalitis. You know what you should do? Instead of getting your own 3D machine, contact your local high school and see if they have a 3D machine. No, not that I do. You can't eat chives? You can't even smell chives? Why can't you're that allergic to, are you allergic to everything onion related? Hello, Cult of Snish Snosh. Strange name. Well, if you're willing to, you maybe, I don't know, vangallitis is worth a shot. Oh, and smiles for snosh, whatever that is. I'm dressed like Annie Lennox tonight. Is that a good thing? Maybe it is. Yes, I am wearing pants. There's my leg. It's a gray dress pants I'm wearing. You guys have me do the large kick. I can't even do that with that leg. Oh. You were doing some inside hardwood floor cleaning. Don't know, but you found some dirt. Sorry. No HDMI signal from my device. But found some dirt, moldish areas causing breathing issues. Bleached it. Now it's okay. Don't know where it's coming from. Hope not the crawl space. You already had remediation in 2012. Yes, I eat bugs. Thanks for reminding me. I need to start putting away the dishes, because if I'm in the same room as somebody else putting away dishes, it really hurts my ears. So I hate that noise. Not that noise, but dishes clanging together. Oh yes, Amber was meowing because I took so a while to get home, and then I didn't feed her when I got home. Sponheim is a gentleman running for president. That's what a Sponheim is. Thank you very much, Froggy. I've got my name. Wonder Worm Woman. Wonder Worm Woman. Glad you are killing fruit flies. DDoS. You could see me wearing this suit for Halloween. And what would I say I'm dressed as? No. I love fries. No. A pilgrim man. Or Amish dressed in a suit? They don't usually dress in a suit. Good. I have this orange turtleneck I like to wear for Halloween. A sexy Janet Reno. Okay, I can do that. Oh God, please no, G. Gordon Liddy. That's cool, Froggy. And you came home with a full pillowcase sack of candy. Those were the days. There is no bunks, Dairy King. I did sleep on a bunk when I was a kid, but not anymore. Please put on David's hat. Oh, so I'd be an Amish man. Oh, you guys, you are funny. Oh. I am going to mute you. Oops, they're like, who, me? What? Sarah, how dare you mute me? True Blues emoji works well for that. Oh, that's a good one, Melrose. Shocker. I did listen to Greta's full speech. How dare you imply that I didn't listen to Greta's full speech? Is that basically what... That's basically her speech. How about my commentary after I watched it? My basic commentary is this. We need to stop blame shifting, and you need to come up with solutions, not just blame shift and talk about the problem. That's one of the things that I'm focused on, is solutions. No. I agree. Her entire speech was an appeal to emotion. She did mention one thing, which was some statistics about the carbon amounts of carbon, but that's about it. Oh. I don't think they were necessarily made up, her statistics. I think that her statistics may have been accurate, but it just like... The problem is that she has no... solutions. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, G. Gordon Liddy. I'm so happy I won. I'm so happy I got my master's. It's like I won a master's, but I worked really, really hard for it. I work really, really hard almost all the time. What's what noise? David prepping things in the back. What was it, an appeal to emotion as well, Misanthropy? A floating device created to clean up plastic from the ocean is finally doing its job, according to organizers. And Florida just got a sneak peek of its coming attractions in the climate crisis. What What do you mean denial of entry device? I don't know what you're talking about, Vale. Well, the nation's attention is directed at the government. King tides happen every year. They will continue to happen every year as the oceans steadily rise. Okay. Well, I don't know what you're asking, Vale, and I would ask you to ask David about your questions. Yeah, you like the way David did that shadow effect on the third party up here? That's pretty cool. No, that's all David. I did not do that. A Coast Guard officer is going to plead guilty to stockpiling guns and compiling a hit list. Wow. Thousands of Iraq protest corruption. They say just give us a country. There have been 2 days of anti-government protests in Iraq, and 9 dead, hundreds are wounded. I don't know what you mean by proper layout for my stream. Like a news background and like news things up over here? I don't know what you mean. What do you mean by a proper layout? What do you feel would make this show look more professional? You want a news stream at the bottom? Like a news ticker. Okay. Coming up. In the bottom corner or the top corner? Yeah, you need to go away. I need more caffeine. Okay, let's see. All right, there we go. All right, there's one. Let me get your next thing. T2 media file. I don't know where my logo is. Okay, hello day. Police arrive in snowfall. Cancel. I used to have my all my logos. I don't know what happened to my logos. Here. I guess it is there. Cancel. Alright, let me add that. You were muted, I Love Fries. You weren't banned. I just didn't like what you were talking about. So unnecessary. Okay, one moment. I'll get that in a minute. Oh, here it is. That's pretty good. Are you happier now, or you don't like the fact that it's not transparent? Or that it's transparent? Part of me doesn't like that it's transparent. Okay, I'll get rid of that. I sure hope not. Okay. You can get David, you can donate to America's Third Party via PayPal, America's Third Party at gmail.com. That one is horrible. No way, Miss Anthropy. Never. That is disgusting. Nope. Find a different one. That one, first one was just awful. This one's good, except I don't like that green screen area. Let me... Okay, save image as. Let's see what happens if I do it.
Everything's turned off. The heat's on the warmer, so you can have that. And there's it's
Can
kind
you
of like
find
a
one without this?
huh? What's going on?
Oh, thank you. So the pizza's on the warmer, and
Yeah, and then there's some chicken kind of a cacciatore with some vegetables. Very lightweight. That's an interesting background. Yeah, we can put that color chroma key in there.
Well, it won't do
I can do that with the color key.
How?
You hit this right here. Let's see if grab it.
That's the
Oh, you're right.
camera.
My mistake.
Maybe I could do it if I were actually selected that thing. This, but like that. Okay.
Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, that's cool. Thanks for the background. Always looking for new things. Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Well, you can thank Misanthropy.
Well, thanks, Misanthropy, for the background. Yeah, let's see something different is always nice. All right, thank you, Sarah. Enjoy your pizza.
And you wanted, anyway.
I'll take care of it.
Whatever.
All right, awesome. And you got things scrolling here now. Whistleblower concerns. Okay, no problem. Enjoy. The whistleblower's concerns grew, and Schiff got early account of accusations as the whistleblowers. Yeah, so it does seem like there's a concerted effort by the Democrats to get all the dirt they can on Trump, and then they're accusing him of getting dirt on Biden. It's just back and forth. It's almost like it's like an evenly matched Super Bowl, you know, in a way. It's like, yeah, it's just going back and forth. I think they both have dirt on each other, and I think both parties are corrupt. So what we're seeing played out in front of us on a nightly basis is just affirmation of that reality. Yeah, she put a little signature on there in the corner. That's kind of nice. Like it. Yeah, that kind of, it overdoes the America's Third Party, but whatever. It's kind of busy, but that's still good. Yeah, I'm walking here. That's Ratso Rizzo from Midnight Cowboy, played by Dustin Hoffman. Yeah, their hair is really working for me. I can't tell you all the different things I have to do to make it look this nice. But I could. If you would like, I'd spend the next 10 minutes talking about what I do in my hair. That'd be great. And we wouldn't have to talk about politics. Yeah. All right. See you later, Nad Dog. Good night. Bernie's undergoing emergency heart procedure right now. He had 2 stents inserted after experiencing chest pain during a Tuesday campaign event in Nevada. I wouldn't doubt it was a few of those free drinks at the casino. Bernie loves to get free drinks. Bernie, you've been playing at the casino too much. Stay healthy. We need your verbal aggressiveness. On DK wasn't DK who? Dairy King? Dairy Queen? I didn't ban him. Yeah. We're still, yeah, this is overwhelming. I'm going to go to my scene 5. In fact, I'd like to take this background and make it my scene 5. Yeah, copy and just go right to scene 5. Boom. Paste. Boom. Play you some starter stinger. Yeah, so it's difficult to imagine.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was...
Yeah. Yeah, I got the whole Earth is real thing, yeah. Okay. Yeah, the Earth is not exactly a perfect sphere. That was the blue marble artistic rendition of the Earth. So if you think the Earth is exactly what you think it is, it's not. It's something different. But I'm not a flat earther. Don't get me mistaken as one of those kind of people. Right, I've got to bring in some of my backgrounds too from my other... There I am. Okay. All right, now I'm going to get rid of this. And I will go get... Obviously, this ice picture wasn't cutting it for you. So I'll get rid of that too. And bring on the AI system. That's a little bit more appeasing to your visual pleasure. No, we can't do sloppy or sloppy or sloopy. We can't do sloopy during the show. She'll monetize us. She's 82 and that's the only revenue she can make, you know. Gosh. I could have Larry playing repeatedly on the screen behind me if you'd like. Okay. So you want me to set that up for you? All right. Let's I can see how this makes a lot of sense. Right, so you want Larry in the background as if it's really important that we have this constant mention of him giving Barack Obama a BJ while doing crack cocaine. I mean, this is an obsession, don't you think? So we go here, and then you want me to stick it here?
And by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass.
All right, well, let's do that then, yeah. Okay, we've got that flexibility. We'll keep that as a secondary backup room for Larry Sinclair. We're expanding our scenes, so we just have more flexibility during the show. Yeah, right behind my head on repeat. Yeah, that would be funny. Yeah, we'll make that happen. And I'll just tip my head around there every time he's talking. And then he'll talk over the show incessantly, over and over and over again. 24/7, just Larry Sinclair, the same lines, over and over again. That's what you really want, isn't it? You want that endless visual orgasm. Yeah, I hope that Dave would put that screen to use at Misa Link. Yeah, I know, DK, you're right, I did. Okay, here we are. We caught up to where you're at. You really prefer the zooming in of Michelle Obama's genitalia? Well, I think it'd be safe to build that room up, you know, and have the Obama room down there, and the Larry Sinclair room is scene 5. I have all these great plans for the show. Yeah, it's almost amazing. So let's make that the element. Yeah, we'll make that the room we'll go to whenever we want to look at Michelle Obama's penis. Like right there. And we just capture it for you. And I open up the screen for you and show you in large view that Michelle Obama has a penis. There you go. And that makes you feel good too. See how great Wasteful Wednesday is? We can do some work on our scene selection and just kill time watching a flopping penis. Whatever that is, it's certainly not cool to ignore the fact that they lied to us. So if you're a Democrat who's now a centrist, who's becoming more intelligent every day, congratulations, you made the migration. I made the migration over, 10 years ago, 11 years ago? I decided to start America's Third Party in 2008 because I'd been talking about a third party for a long time with my father, who passed away back in 2000. So I thought the time had come in 2007. I'd had arguments with Democrats in the area, and I thought, well, you know, I really am more conservative, and I see the Republicans' perspective on gun rights and how important it is to bear arms. I just never sided with the Republicans on overspending and giving tax breaks to the rich. I'm more of a Bernie guy that way. You have to mute me because you open the windows and just to get some air, and then, yeah, I hear you. Beijing launches new rule: residents must pass facial recognition test to surf the internet. Here we go, down the slippery slope of mind control and propaganda coming out of the most dictatorial, totalitarian regimes in the world, China. China. So here it is. You got to get facial recognition passed just to go ahead and surf the internet. Hi, I'm Dave. I don't want to surf porn because I'm a good person and I would never do that. Meanwhile, you're opening up a VPN on the side. Yeah, maybe I can bypass their connectors. No, I don't watch porn, but it watches me. There are a lot of people who don't realize your TV's actually watching you watch porn. Hey, beginning October 1st, 2020, all U.S. travelers will have to have the real ID, the enhanced ID, to travel in the U.S. by plane. I'm so glad I gave up plane travel when I found out they could hack the navigation systems. You know, what a waste of money that is to travel by plane when you could enjoy the countryside, meet new people, hang out with bikers at the rest area. I mean, there's all kinds of things you're missing when you drive across country. This new AI language model automatically embellishes anything you write. Wow. Better language models and their implications. Yeah, really, is the news even being written by a human? Or is it being controlled by AI? Accessing file.
Dear fellow scholars, this is 2 Minute Papers with Károly Zsolnai Fehér. OpenAI GPT-2 is a learning-based technique which can perform common natural language processing operations.
If only you could speak normal, that would be great. But clearly I put it in the link tonight and in the Cool Tech link for tomorrow night. Thank you. And now back to you in the studio. Can airplanes be hacked? U.S. officials says it's only a matter of time. Experts have said that maybe even MH370 was hacked. That's how they landed it secretly at Diego Garcia. And God knows what they did with all the passengers. I mean, truly, God is the only one that knows. Because they would know, but they don't want to talk about it. Can airplanes be hacked? Yes. It's only a matter of time. This is a dated article. It's 2018. Yeah. Jessica Vomero, Global News. Hey, Jessica. There she is, Jessica Vomero. She's a national online journalist with globalnews.ca breaking news team. She writes frequently about business, finance, consumer trends, and Canadian innovation economy. She's been a journalist since the age of 15. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot there was actually a story here. Well, forget it. It doesn't even matter. I'm sure they can hack anything. Any hackers out there bragging about hacking in cars of each other's. That's what they do at hackers conventions. Anyway, Beijing is pushing social recognition, facial recognition, social credit. But now we interrupt this broadcast to bring you new, shocking facts about Michelle Obama's gender. Oh my gosh, a breaking story as if it couldn't get any weirder. Is she or he a man or a woman? Yeah. Alex Jones last year, this conspiracy theorist assured everyone that Obama is a man. Michelle is a man. Okay. Yeah, very large, shoulders are wide, very masculine. Michelle, yep. Is this not telling me anything I don't know? Okay. According to results of one study, it was revealed that a dubious Dr. Espinanzo is a fake, and a photo which appeared, the story that supposedly depicted Espinanzo actually shows Dr. What? But that's not all. Most recently, the same doctor under the name of Espinanzo reappeared, but in a different disguise, who again made a scandalous statement about the real Michelle Obama's gender. No. No, this is like a story about a story to diffuse the real story. We already saw that he has a penis. I mean, what's the big deal? I mean, hell all day. You're a Christian woman. We didn't see anything gross or disturbing. We saw some fabric underneath. Anyway, Christians have this whole experience where they think that they're, puritanical. Christians get it on as long as they're married. Oh, yeah. All right, so moving on. So funny. Let's take a look.
Good morning. Funny, isn't it? Funny, isn't it? Isn't it funny? You know, when I came here 17 years ago, and I said that I wanted to lead a campaign to get Britain to leave the European Union, you all laughed at me. Well, I have to say, you're not laughing now, are you?
Yeah.
And the reason you're so upset, the reason you're so angry, has been perfectly clear from all the angry exchanges this morning. You, as a political project, are in denial.
Now, what is this, Greta Thunberg Part 2? Courtesy of Nigel Farage? I mean, really? I mean, do we need another person laying a guilt trip on everybody? Play what video? Your video? You want me to play your video? Okay.
Look up! Look up! Look up, boys! It's Jesus giving us a rainbow! Ah! Praise Jesus! Praise God!
Look at that rainbow. Isn't that special? Well, not that one? Oh, what video are you talking about? I don't have another video. Oh, you're sending me a video. Hang on. We have more videos. I don't think I have that. I'm getting a group page, not a video. I see your post. Is that the new post? Are you getting new pictures of the sun? Okay, we got possibly a new picture of the sun here. Okay, let's play the video for you.
Look up! Look up!
That's the same video. Yeah, we just played that video. All right, I think we're on the same page now. Whew. Let's stop and take a breath here. This is too much to handle at once. Guilt tripping is a significant part of my shtick. Oh, really? Every time I cast, I'm laying a guilt trip on you? I don't think so, buddy. Yeah, I'm not blaming you for the chemtrails that are being dumped in the sky. I'm blaming you for not believing that they're being dumped in the sky. TalkToTransformer.com. That's going to change my life. I have a lot of management to do here. Yeah, it's kind of it's a management process. It takes time. Talk to Transformer. Let's take a look. We will now talk to the Transformer. Ask questions. Bless you. Hello. I'm talking to the Transformer. Great. It's exciting. My name is Orb. I fly around. Complete text. Completion. You are a man who flies through the night, but you still have to return to a place where you belong. Be prepared to do great things in life. You can always use a friend to guide you. Don't leave your home as an adult. Don't put your trust in strangers too much. Your time there will come back to you in the future. You only live one life, and you have to move forward with it. It's pretty cool. So what it does is it converts every statement into something like a story. That's special. And why is that relevant?
appearance of a low-grade bank clerk. Prisma of a damp rag and the appearance of a low-grade bank clerk. And the question that I want to ask...
Oh, he's very abusive, isn't he? Ah. More than meets the eye. Okay. Pelosi and Schiff stand firm as Trump fumes. We're not fooling around. Thank you, Nancy and Adam, for standing up and showing some kahunas. We know you guys got elected because people want to see impeachment. They don't want to see a president undermine the stability of our nation by tweeting. They don't want him starting wars with countries we've been trading with for centuries. Democratic preparers say impeachment inquiry will not be slowed. Trump condemned for blatant effort to intimidate witnesses. Yes. Good job. Showing their real form here, these two Democrats. Let's see what they got here. Yeah.
We are deeply concerned about Secretary Pompeo's effort now to potentially interfere with witnesses whose testimony is needed before our committee, many of whom are mentioned in the whistleblower complaint. And we want to make it abundantly clear that any effort by the Secretary, by the President, or anyone else to interfere with the Congress's ability to call before it relevant witnesses will be considered as evidence of obstruction of the lawful functions of Congress.
Right.
And this President of the United States is stooping to the level that is beneath the dignity of the Constitution of the United States and our founders, since the chairman mentioned our founders.
Right.
They put guardrails in the Constitution because they knew there might be someone who would overplay his or her power.
Right.
They never thought that we would have a president who would kick those guardrails over and disregard the Constitution and say, Article 2 says that I can do whatever I feel like.
Very good. Thank you, Nancy. And I want to apologize to Nancy for making fun of her, claiming she was, had facial twitches and these things the other day, and claiming her face was so stitched up from having Botox injections that she didn't know what was going on. I didn't mean any of those things, Nancy. You look great for your age. Yeah. I'm trying to give her a little credit here. Doesn't she look good for her age? And I'm not going to even say how old she is. But doesn't she look great? Yeah. Good luck. She does. Yeah, I know guys in here who have like a gilf thing going on. Grandmas you'd like to beep. That kind of thing is happening. Yeah. So I know she's doing the right thing and she's standing by the rule of law and she's really defending the Constitution in her mind. And I think the American people really are wondering, Donald, you can't just profit from the White House like you're doing. Literally using our tax dollars to fund your finances and all your hotels that the Secret Service has to stay in. We know what your game is all about, Donald, making money from the White House. We got that. We also know that you're using your personal relation with China and Russia as a trading chip, and you're probably gaining leverage by throwing us under the bus. And I could see that when Donald Trump unbelievably said that there'd be Civil War II if he was impeached, implying he's more important than our own nation. It's crazy. And this isn't him standing up against the deep state. He's really being played. I believe that Donald Trump was put in office as a puppet to obstruct and to create havoc. He is the divider. They had Obama, and he did a pretty good job of dividing, not wanting to talk to Republicans about health care or anything. But Trump really exceeds Obama in his ability to divide the nation. So that's what I think. And Bernie would divide the nation too. Bernie doesn't bring real, true methods of fixing the economy. He says he wants to create all these millions of jobs, but he doesn't tell you how. I tell you how. I show you the Homestead Renewal Plan and the solar rooftop revolution. I give you all the details on how we're going to cut the budget and how we're going to replace the SEC completely. Bernie doesn't spell it out. Bernie is under the knife. He's having some stents installed, and it's not going to be easy recovering. I would give Bernie about 3 to 6 weeks in terms of recovery before he can get back to even talking, other than to say hi. My father had a stent installed in his body, not 2, 1. And yeah, Well, I know a lot of you don't like Bernie, but you know some people do, like John Kasich, or excuse me, John Cusack. Yeah, I was watching him put a little burn message out there. He puts burn notices out. John Cusack does. He really likes Bernie. Yeah, I don't know why, but I see through Bernie. Oh, really? So Farage is going to stand as MP at the next general election. So some of you are from the UK and you're looking at Nigel Farage and you're wondering, will he ever stand up and be an MP? Well, apparently he is.
Whether they like it or not, the Conservative Party's fate at the next election will be closely tied to the fortunes of the Brexit Party, and their leader, Nigel Farage, joins us now from Westminster. Thank you very much for being on the programme, Mr. Farage. Now, I just want to ask you about the whip being withdrawn from your party from one of your MEPs, Andrew England-Kerr, has had the party whip withdrawn due to irreconcilable differences regarding a likely conflict of interest. What exactly has happened?
Well, I'd like to say that I'm extremely attracted to you, and if we could possibly meet when I'm in London, I'd love to meet with you. But as you know, I'm a happily married man, and I don't know what they're talking about. That's weird. We don't need a bureaucrat. We don't need a Democrat. All we need is an average man. Hey, Sponheim for president. Thank you. Original Sky Scion. Thank you for coming in. Wow, we haven't seen you in a while. It is hard to react. We have to really start rallying up the people. We got 3 donations last week from Mad Dog. $2 and $3 respectively. So yeah, we're really ramping up now. Thanks, Mad Dog. Yeah, even my enemies give me money. Isn't that great? Why do you keep having flatulence? Well, I think you may be lactose intolerant. Yeah. Ask your doctor. Have him do a stress test on your colon. Wow.
Now, whether they like it or not, the concept.
We will, of course, play that interview later between Nigel Farage and Sky News. Absolutely. But this is not an English show. I'm trying to explain to you that. Every single time you come in here, you simply believe that you're engaging in some sort of an English link-sharing opportunity. It's not. And I never intended you to be supporting the English politics here, sir. Okay, I add them to the links for lack of fun stuff to watch, so we'll do that. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, Mad Dog had some leftover change from buying cases of beer, and he just decided with all the money he got back from the cans he recycled, he just put it into our effort here. Please stop with your obsession with farting. Thank you. That's ridiculous. You're turning our Wasteful Wednesday into it, and you with your links. Stop the links. I'm muting you. I don't do the Wig Wednesday unless my hair sucks, and right now my hair is stellar. Absolutely stellar. I wouldn't mess up my coiffure if you paid me. Oh, really? Banking industry is on the edge of another fintech revolution. Cardless ATMs are about to go mainstream. And while the idea of cardless ATMs is may not seem as exciting as, say, sending a person to the moon, which hasn't been done. You thought the last moon landing was real? Sure. It's still a major shift that will have a big impact on the banking industry. Famed futurist and author Arthur C. Clarke once said that the advanced technologies are virtually indistinguishable from magic. Rollouts of the iPhone in 2007. We're going cardless ATMs. Is that what's happening? No, I'm not going to have a chip installed in my hand. No. Oh, you'll be using your iPhone just to put it up against the screen to validate your existence? Yeah, sure. Some criminal takes your iPhone and goes, man, I can take your fingerprint and get it off your finger and then put it on and go to your ATM, man. I got access to your whole thing. I'm not implying that would be a black person, but it's possible. David, are you willing to meet your fans in person? No, I'm unable to meet you in person due to the fact that I am primarily delivering a show nightly from this location. If I were to meet you in person, there's a security issue that I have to get past. It's $70,000 an hour for me to meet people. And I don't have more than $3 in donation money, so it's unlikely I'd be able to meet you. I have to have an armada of professional security guards around me. I don't. I could talk about somebody like this going up to you and carjacking you out in South Carolina. It could be anybody. It could be a poor white person, or it could be a poor black person in a city. You name it. It could be anybody. It could be a guy who just lost his job at a big corporation and is desperate for some cash because he leveraged too much money on a margin loan and he lost his shirt in the stock market. Could be anybody. I'm not using black voices to imply they're criminals. Yeah. The meatless burger exists today. But in 1973, they made the movie Soylent Green, and it was set in the year 2020. And now the meatless burger is appearing everywhere. Yeah. Tim Hortons is selling a meatless product, a burger. They're competing with other stores. You know, I'm hoping they use non-GMO soy, though, because I hate that GMO soy. Yeah, I mean, I think GMO soy is probably going to turn everybody gay. That's my suspicion. Women will get too many esters, and men will get esters that they don't need. And Esther will get esters. I like Tim Horton. You know, I went to a couple of their restaurants, and they use... the best part about Tim Hortons doesn't just throw garbage out there. They put real meals in front of your face for $2. Yeah. Like egg on bagel for what? Some ridiculously low price of $2. Plus, you get the actual plate and the utensil. You don't have plastic that much there. They're really kind of cutting edge. And now embracing the unburger, it's kind of a good move. You know, I'm not here to say eat at any one fast food restaurant. That's not really an important political decision for me to talk about. I mean, really. Let's talk about the politics of which fast food restaurant we should choose when we're eating dinner. Now, if you're a Democrat, you're probably going to eat at Tim Hortons because you want to be, you know, a little bit concerned about veganism. But if you're a retardican, you're probably more likely to, you know, eat a really big batch of McDonald's burgers with your family and really get into those chicken modified McNuggets. So it all depends on your political persuasion as to what fast food restaurant you're actually going to go to. I didn't know anything about Tim Hortons other than they had a really interesting restaurant environment. I heard they were owned by Burger King, right? Well, you don't like McDonald's hamburgers, Misanthropy? That's you're going against the grain on that one. Well, that's your name is Misanthropy, so.
Bullshit level, DEFCON 5.
I just burped a little bit of my dinner. Oh, here we go again. You know, I thought that Donald Trump was really tight with the Scottish Masons. But now the U.S. is going to hit the Scottish whiskey and Italian cheese and French wine with a 25% tariff. Boy, he's really trying to screw trade up, isn't he? Pretty soon, no one will be buying anything. Be too expensive. Nice. Good job, Donald. Shutting down the entire economy. Wow. Did you get your directive directly from Henry Kissinger or something? I think Donald Trump is taking his rules and regulations from Henry Kissinger. Yeah, he probably gets them on the phone. Donald, I'd like to talk to you about the New World Order. Oh, yes, Henry. I'm so glad to hear from you. Yes, you're doing so well. Ivanka would love to give you another foot rub. But it is very serious, Donald. We must talk about how you are going to implement our plan of global annihilation. It's really a New World Order. Oh, of course. I didn't believe it was not. You're not going to show the sex tape, are you? I do not control what Vladimir Putin does, but Donald, you know that. Hey, new rule. If you can listen to Trump speak without thinking he sounds like an idiot, you're an idiot. Okay? But let's not listen about Trump. Trump is incidental here. Let's talk more about Donald. Little Donnie. The boy inside the man, you know? Try video once more in your PM. Checking PM. Hold please. Accessing hell all day. Facebook. You got a new video? Okay, let's take a look. There are more aberrations coming out of the home of Oma as she encounters animal behavior. Let's take a look.
You can say it. Do you have anything to say? You can say it. This is free speech area. Okay? Are you speechless? I will speak for you. Yes, I will. Yes. Minute.
What did she say toward the end there? It's so funny. She screams for cookies. Wow. Well, that's pretty good. Thanks, Oma, for that link. Yeah. We're always. She had her donkey out there. Her donkey's speaking. It's a little. Let's take a picture of the White House in the background and hope that we can figure out what's going on in the White House right now.
Why is that so big?
Oh, I had it down smaller earlier. You had it over here?
Yeah, really small.
Yeah. Was there a reason?
Yeah, just like that.
Okay. Cool.
Like a,
Yeah, like a little stamp. I like the way you decorated the room. It's special.
You can thank Misanthropy. He told me to do it.
Well, it's different, and I like different.
I don't like the white, because see how the white fades out? I mean...
The white down below?
Yeah, it should. If it's going to be white, it should have a shadow at least.
You can do shadows. I can give you a dark shadow. Like what color shadow? Blue?
Yeah, something. I don't care.
Sure.
Just some kind of shadow.
Like that?
No, it's not dark enough.
Okay, we'll do a black shadow.
Or do dark with a white shadow.
Well, then you can do a black background here, and yeah, like that. That stands out better, right?
No.
You don't like that either?
Well, it's just hard to read. Maybe it's fine.
Well, if you went with black, then you do this. It's just as hard to read. Look at that.
No, go with the white shadow.
White shadow. White shadow.
Black font, white shadow.
Moon River, lost and all alone. I don't think it's any better.
Well, you didn't.
I just did everything you suggested.
No,
I put a white shadow
with
right
a
there.
black font.
A black font with a white shadow. Oh yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, I like it.
There you go. Yeah, that really stands out. Big improvement.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I see your point.
Somewhere in between, but
well, I don't even care about this story that the whistleblower's concern was brought to Schiff right away. I mean, frankly, Schiff had every right to be investigating this ahead of the whistleblower. If the whistleblower came to him and said, "Yeah, let's do something," and then the guy said, "Yeah, well, go ahead and whistleblow," that's what a good, legitimate politician like Adam Schiff would probably do. I don't see the big story here.
thanks. I'll change his story.
Okay.
The idea is who cares what it says? It's just to put a story there.
The blower did whistle. And first-hand evidence or hearsay is still very important here, because remember, Donald Trump has a couple of burner cell phones that the NSA and the CIA can't even listen to. And Donald Trump is on record today saying he doesn't want anyone hearing any of his conversations with foreign leaders. This guy's already violated our trust with Russia. He's violated our trust with Ukraine now. And now he doesn't want anyone to listen to him talk to foreign leaders. Isn't this amazing? He has no written statements or no written transcripts of the Putin conversations at all. Yet he wants to have all of his conversations with foreign dignitaries totally private. That's what I'm talking about. And that's a problem. I don't care how you mince this entire story. But then again, Biden looks pretty corrupt. It looks like he got his son a job after the son was kicked out for cocaine possession from the Navy. And the job paid like $50,000 a month with no experience. That looks to me like pure nepotism. So that's not good either. And Donald and Giuliani have a good, valid point. Yeah. We haven't banned you. Yeah, I'm not on the ballot in any states, but I am still running. You're right. Elon Musk is playing his cards right. So what do you think of that font? That's pretty good the way it looks right now, don't you think?
Sure.
Okay. I like what you're doing. You're pasting in stories. That's kind of cool. Good job.
All right. The next article is about safe legal heroin, huh? I muted myself. I didn't want you to listen to me. Do you think David prefers the DIY thing look? But, well, this is what you wanted. Anyway. I'm just gonna clear this chat. This is just ridiculous. The proper code for what, Clerk Kent? No, you don't want me to clear the chat. That's kind of bizarre, but whatever. Glow in the dark, huh? You don't want to buy it, but you will. It is an interesting one. That way you can actually see it in your dark. Do you work in the dark, Final Dream? I don't know. Some coders seem like they work in the dark. Well, maybe now you know how I feel. Oma. Yeah, I'm gonna clear your chat again and keep it up, and I will be banning you. Maybe you should come back when David's on. To talk about that the whole time. You have an endorsement video for me, okay? Sky Scion, would you like to also, like, be kicked? I'm not in the mood to be trolled. You learned tonight Ghost is an Asian. What does that mean? I don't want a link to Rick Astley. Thank you. I don't know, I guess 160, at the end, I did have a good day. Yeah, I did actually have a good day. It was a better day than yesterday in some respects. And in other respects, it's, yeah, anyway. But it glows in the dark, Misanthropy. You're talking about ordering a hoodie that glows in the dark from China. But yeah, today was good. Yesterday and today I worked in the garden for an hour each day. So that was kind of cool. Some students helped out, which was good. And whatever that was, when people do not capitalize the word I, it's one of my pet peeves. I know it's grammatical, like some people would say it shouldn't matter, but it's really a pet peeve of mine. Just like I don't like humming and whistling while you work. Just not my thing. You could buy your own glow-in-the-dark paint, but you get all your glow-in-the-dark stuff from Chernobyl. That's pretty funny. I do work hard. I do need a relaxing night. Maybe I will, I'll go take a shower after this. I would take a bath, but I don't know if I'm ready for that. Sewing is it is pretty easy, but yeah, the jams in the sewing machine, that's Those are tricky. Yep. Even when all the other words are capitalized, you still have to capitalize the word I. So now, Misanthropy, I've been adding some things, so I'm wondering if you're actually reading the ticker down below. I understand that 503. And it doesn't bother me if you don't capitalize in the chat room. It's when it's in a video. Somebody gave me a link to, you know, a troll video. Yeah, that's a good idea, to a script that will add news to the ticker via a news command. That's a good idea. Because otherwise I have to look for them all. Can XSplit do custom plugins? Let's look. Here's my XSplit, so I can go add source, screen capture, game capture, devices, text. Well, that's just a text file. A web page. Oh, I can add a, well, web page, media file, scene, streams, general widgets. Widgets, image slideshow, Skype, replay, video playlists, whiteboards, find more sources. Oops, plugin store. YouTube live chat viewer. Twitch IRC chat viewer. Facebook live alerts. Whiteboard. Facebook, yeah, Facebook live reactions. Search the store. You want me to search for a certain thing in here? Twitch cheers alert. Facebook live comments. This is from our XSplit. Oh, how do I get out of it? Here we go. So, screen capture, game capture, video, audio, text.
Yeah, those are all
Text
things
is just,
that-
I have to put in web page, media file.
This is all the facets of XSplit. I've been opening up different scenes and expanding out. I put this background in the scene 5 as well. So I'm building a scene 5 with this background.
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks so much for everything. You've given us the extra mile tonight. Appreciate it. After a long day of work, Sarah comes in here and gives me a break. I appreciate that. Does anybody really know what time it is?
Well, 8:22 Pacific time.
It sounds like a Pink Floyd song. Okay. Thank you so much. Here's your jacket. Stay warm.
Oh.
I turned the heater on in the bedroom. And I packed 2 lunches for you for tomorrow and
Oh,
next
you
day.
did that packing thing.
Yep. I mean, I've got a nice pasta primavera for you, for the chicken in it.
Thank you.
Sure. Enjoy.
I'm gonna go probably take a shower.
Yeah. Enjoy your evening. Get some breaks. And boy, she really works all day, and then she gives us this extra time, who I really appreciate, because I have to eat and make dinner too. Why would you hope Bernie's health gets worse? I don't have any hatred toward Bernie Sanders. What the hell, man? Just because you're politically differ with somebody doesn't mean you should hate them. No, she is amazing. Yeah. And every woman who you have in your life, you should appreciate. Well, I could probably pamper her more by not being in the show, and but doing the show is important. We have so many different things to evaluate. Planned Parenthood is opening an Illinois abortion mega clinic that was built in secret. When Obama was president, Planned Parenthood took off. They have a mega clinic near the Missouri border that they built in secret. Wow. I just wish they wouldn't profit from baby body parts. That's what bothers me about Planned Parenthood. And then offering, abortions to anybody. Abortions should cost $568 retail. Nobody should get a free abortion unless they're raped. Women-wise, yeah. I know. And Trump's... My concern is that Trump has completely... he steals ideas from our show. Even the idea that I said we should put snakes and alligators in the Rio Grande. He said that the other day, along with shooting or maiming people who are migrant workers. I mean, I never said that. I would never say shoot migrants and in the back or in the leg, or that I would never say that. But he said that. But he also copied my idea of putting snakes and alligators in the Rio Grande. I think it's a good idea to put snakes and alligators in the Rio Grande myself. Crocs and snakes and alligators, yeah. Yeah, so Trump is watching our show. He's using my exact wording. Like last week, he said that background checks were off the table. And I've been saying gun control is off the table. So he's using the off the table wording that I use too. It's interesting. That is not one of your ideas that Trump stole, yeah. Like maiming people who are running away from Border Patrol. We could shoot him in the leg. It would be perfectly fine. It'd slow him down a little bit. We have cameras. We're watching people running over the border illegally with cameras. So we have our cameras in place. Yeah. Breaking news. Bernie Sanders is undergoing emergency heart procedure right now, folks. Our hearts and prayers are with him and his family. The stents are very safe normally. So I have good hope that he'll be back up to normal in about 6 weeks, probably. I think it takes about 6 weeks to get back on your feet after such surgery. Even just walking around going, that kind of thing. I know emergency rooms are full. One of my ideas is to create mobile medical units in America. And we started talking about mobile service units as well, just like these, but gutted out with showers and washing machines inside. And this is a way of lowering the cost of healthcare. The Democrats don't have any out-of-the-box ideas like this. It's a simple plan. Trump acted like he was going to do this when he was running in 2016. He just stole the idea. Oh, we'll have mobile medical units. He used my idea there too, and he never implemented it. So this is really a bigger fix than anyone could even imagine, because it's going to lower the cost of healthcare for average Americans who are right now getting ripped off because somebody's getting free surgery who happens to be an illegal alien in your neighborhood. Right. Many patients are able to walk out of the hospital in 24 hours. But the recovery, because it goes through the femoral artery, it takes 24 hours for this incision to heal. I know a lot about this procedure because my father was the 200th person in the world to ever have a stent installed. You have an endorsement message for me? Wow, thanks. Okay, your intro is a little too early, too long. I'll have to get to that later. Yeah, but anyway, these ideas are out of the box, totally doable. $1 billion to create 200 of these at $5 million apiece, and approximately $1 billion to create 500 of these at $2 million apiece, mobile service units. So for $2 billion, we could easily have 700 units around the country. 500 mobile service units, 200 mobile medical units, because there's a lot of things in here that are expensive. Yeah, we'll have a open MRI, possibly, but definitely a portable X-ray, portable ultrasound, all the necessary diagnostic equipment to do blood tests on the fly, as well as a Pillomatic in the back here, which can dispense generic pharmaceuticals that many of you may afford. That's something. Anyway, all of it could be funded with an infrastructure bank at 2% loans. So that's my big idea. Unlike Bernie, who's now struggling to, get normalized. Anyway, it took my dad about 5 or 6 weeks of walking around like this to feel normal again. Seriously. So I don't think 2 days is a fair estimate when you have 2 stents installed. And I don't give 2 cents to find out. 2 stents are serious. It's like one descending anterior and one ascending anterior. It has to be propped up. It's some sort of a turn they're making with the stent. So they're opening up a kink in his artery. That's why they usually install 2. Wasting money, the most wasteful spending habits among Americans. Everyone wastes money. Some people are more careful with their funds. Land of the plenty. The number one percentage of wasted money in America is paying excessive and unnecessary fees. That's true. Paying excessive or unnecessary interest. Impulse buying is number 3. Yeah. Redundant or repeated purchases. Failing to return unneeded items after purchase, 66%. Using unnecessary energy, electricity, gas. Buying luxury or image items. Be the first person on your block to have that particular item. Overpaying for digital services. Whoa, yeah. A lot of people are hooked up to HBO and Netflix and Prime, and every one of those networks are charging more and more too. Purchasing name brand when generic is comparable. Not comparing prices or looking for discounts, 58%. Buying overpriced beverages like coffee when you don't need it. I brew my own. That's one way to save money. Wasteful spending on coffee around the country. Throwing out leftovers or expired food is a waste of money. Frequently fast food places, frequenting them, and dine in restaurants, upgrading functional items to the newest model. Boy, that's a mouthful right there. How many people have computers and they're like, well, let's just get the newest one because we got to have the newest one because, well, why? Your computer works fine. The emergency room is a joke. Yeah, I agree. You covered in blood, and they tell you to take a seat over there. Yeah. Sven the High says he cut his foot with a chainsaw yesterday. It was bleeding profusely. It took nearly 3 hours between the injury and having a doctor stitch me up. Wow, Sven, you probably could have used super glue and done it yourself. I mean, really. Yeah, that is the water picture that I get, the zero water filter. It's just the lowest cost and effective, and it even comes with a little meter. That's the high end of this particular model. I get the $19 one they sell at Walmart. Okay, we're being attacked right now. You'll have to excuse me. It's a nice one. Yeah, we are encountering a broadcast glitch right now. Yeah, we just got hit with a DDoS attack on our VPN. VPN was attacked. How the U.S. government wasted $8 billion and stranded tons of plutonium in South Carolina. Okay, thank you. Hi. Yo, David, I happen to have talked to George Stephanopoulos before. Wanted me to send him your information to web show. Yeah, yes. Go ahead and send George my website and information. I used to track him. I wish they would do a story. Yeah. I used to track him when he was working for the Clinton administration. He was actually a pretty normalized guy. Yeah, I wish we could focus on one problem and move on to the next, but we live in a world that's so complicated now that we almost have to prioritize our problems, don't you think? How the U.S. government wasted $8 billion and stranded tons of plutonium in South Carolina. Dogged by faulty assumptions and lack of political will, the federal government squandered billions of dollars and an opportunity to dispose of the nation's most dangerous nuclear material by chasing a massive construction project in South Carolina that was doomed from the start. Instead, the U.S. Department of Energy stranded a huge stockpile of plutonium, the lethal metal at the core of nuclear weapons, at a federal installation on the state's wooded western edge, with plans to leave it there for decades. The roadblocks weren't science or technology, they were politics and poor planning. It did so over the objection of South Carolina's political representatives, who prolonged the demise of the plutonium processing project for years and called for Congress to keep pouring money into the program that was careening toward disaster. This account of the project's demise is based on more than 10,000 pages of audits, testimony, documents, internal records, lawsuits, blah, blah, blah. Wow, it's an entire story. Well, suffice to say, they've had opportunities to move nuclear waste from Savannah to Hanford, Rocky Flats, Livermore. Let's not forget Yucca Flats that was terminated by Barack Obama. So Mo has a new song called Beautiful Wreck. All right, well, I'll play that later tonight. Thank you. The system wasn't ready to absorb it in South Carolina. It was an unfinished design. Lots of money dumped into it. Never worked. They were in trouble. The entire project was. Chapter 2, faulty assumptions. Yeah. Speed reading with Dave. Atrophied industry. The low-quality rebar was discovered in 2008, only after workers swinging nothing more than a hammer managed to snap a bar that was supposed to withstand earthquakes and explosions. I heard they had similar problems at San Onofre in the original construction. I talked to a physicist who worked this facility, and he said that he didn't like the pores that were going in there. I'm not allowed to play Illuminati women music during the show, but after the show we can certainly, enjoy it, fair use and all, to experience what the Illuminati's doing to promote propaganda. It's always nice to watch their shows. Yeah, it's a fair use of the propaganda. Okay, here's Biden being asked a specific question. Have you ever been spoken to you?
Have you ever spoken to your son about his overseas business dealings?
I've never spoken to my son about his overseas business dealings.
Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. How did our eyes get so...
Yeah, that's pretty funny. So he says he never talked to his son about his overseas dealings, but he set all these deals up with China and the Ukrainian gas company that his son worked for, having just gotten charged with cocaine possession in the Navy and got kicked out. He gets a job paying $50,000 a month. No, yeah, Joe, I think the lies are starting to fade into extreme mistruths. For some people who continually lie like he and Donald Trump do, it's second nature. I could never do a TED Talk because, number one, I don't live in San Francisco. And I do not want to drive down there to do a TED Talk. All this time I thought the song was worthless. No, it had a purpose. $50,000 per month would buy a lot of blow for you. Yeah, I bet. Are you a cocaine user? You don't have to live in San Francisco to do a TED Talk. Well, how come everybody who does a TED Talk lives in San Francisco? Riddle me this, Riddler. Yeah, you'd think you'd be able to do it from Skype. Really? Well, maybe a TED Talk would be nice. I'd like to talk about building a third party and challenges of the censorship that I've encountered. That would be fun. I have a rather ignominious start at politics. I've been completely censored for 11 years. I mean, it doesn't get more weird than this. Yeah, I like the water filter that Misanthropy just suggested. I'm thinking of buying it at Amazon. I'm getting the cheap one at Walmart for $19, and I'd kind of like, I get 6 cups. I'd like 11 cups, stainless steel. It seems like an upgrade, and a free water quality meter. That seems like a good value, but somebody didn't like it. They don't pretend to get rid of fluoride, but they come with a water meter attached to the top there. I don't have fluoride in my water to start with, so I don't have to worry about that. Some people have that. Hey, thanks for that message from Sponheim. I'll be playing it a little bit later. Yeah, right now I'm just kind of working on my background music, and I've got this repeater wave I play in the background. Yeah, so I was thinking of doing something to, play behind all these great images of what we've done across the globe with war, before and after. And, just a background song I could just put different images to. That's what I worked on today. It's going to get rid of things like lead and arsenic, and I don't have an answer to the phone clip because I don't believe in using Bluetooth on my body. You remember the YouTube ATP You and Me clip? Yeah, those are all in the archives. Yeah, I don't even use them anymore. Your niece is half Puerto Rican. Are you soliciting your niece online? You know that there's a law against pimping. Those clips and those went down with the company that had them. Really? Did I say you were pimping your niece? No, nothing like that. But I mean, it does sound like you're kind of fixing her up with some guy here. Pure Water Distiller, $49.99, $49.81. For only $49.81, you can have a water distillation pure filter, stainless steel. Buy 3 and only $48.81. On sale right now. Operator standing by. Thanks. You would never pimp your niece. Of course not. I didn't imply that you were pimping your niece. Oh, they started adding fluoride to your city water again 2 years ago? You need to move to Des Moines. They outlawed fluoride in their city water. Yeah. Juan, you're into human trafficking now? Whoa. This is getting weirder and weirder. First it was pimping your niece, now it's human trafficking allegations. Anderson Pooper, hello. Good evening. Are you not casting on Twitch anymore? If you guys in the studio were looking for you on there. Anderson, I couldn't get my Twitch show to go tonight because Sarah got a text message on her phone every time I tried to get into it, and she was unable to get to it. So I had no way of actually authenticating my Twitch show tonight. So I'll get that thing authenticated tonight. I'll try grab her phone before the end of the evening and authenticate. I want to get back on Twitch. It's going to go back on Cool Rock Party. That's the site that we have over there. But thank you for at least checking in on the show, Anderson. You're in the midst of a lot of political stuff with the two parties caving in and falling apart. So you've got your days busy trying to mold our controlled talking points so that we all believe what you're saying is true. That takes a while for you to craft your message. I can understand how busy you are trying to sell this as a either party wins kind of thing. It's a total shit show. Please don't quote me on that. Anderson, you're starting to seem more and more real every show we get. We test the authenticity of our chatters based on an algorithm I created called ChatDar. And so far you're coming in as a legitimate person, Anderson. Yeah, you seem like the real guy. Well, you do the best you can. I'm sure you've got a lot of secrets in your head that you're mulling around all the time, wondering, gee, what can I say? Because you are pretty much in their pocket. But your personal life is different, I'm sure. George H.W. Bush's casket tribute video. The final nail in his coffin. Okay, 153 News has it. This is Mixed Pickles.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. I'm sure many of you have seen the tribute video that I've put out to George H.W. Bush. And I just wanted to put together one final pieces of clips of others also speaking about some of the wonderful things George did while he was here, because it's only the right thing to do.
He created a new world order. 1,000 points of light. No quid pro quo. Did you hear Donald Trump talking today? He said there was no quid pro quo with Ukraine. Even though he was floating $400 million in aid based on contingencies that they'd stop corruption. The Ukrainian president, Zelensky, he said that he's not in any way involved with Trump or with Giuliani. So it's interesting that the president of Ukraine is standing up for Donald Trump. So far, so good. Donald Trump may dodge the impeachment bullet, whereas George H.W. Bush never even got tried, interestingly enough. And where is that information on JFK? Because Trump was withholding it, claiming George H.W. Bush was alive. So I'll be playing that video from Mixed Pickles in a little while at our top of the hour, 10 o'clock. Yeah. I don't have a fee to speak anywhere because it takes me $75,000 an hour to have the security necessary to travel. And I don't have any donations to cover that. So it's better that I speak directly through Skype. Especially considering I'm one of the most death-threated guys out there. I have more death threats than anybody on earth right now. Over 1,000 people have threatened my life here, and I can't even get the FBI to return my call. So it's not like I'm going to run out and go do a banquet somewhere. Poor Finnish president having to hear Trump's rant about the Ukrainian call. You know, I don't feel bad for Finland. You know, they're so proud, the people. And they're so very kind and polite. Did you see the way Donald Trump was groping that guy's leg trying to, like, do a bromance thing with him? I am the most death-threatened person. You haven't been in a long time, have you? I have on record over 1,000 death threats against me. Look at the creation and tell me there is no God. Okay, I'm not an atheist, but can I take my best shot at it? Being I'm a believer? Okay, let's try to bring you the creation. Would God allow police to run around beating people up in Hong Kong and shooting them point blank range? Yeah. Well, if God's plan is a very mysterious plan, David. Would God want all these dead fish to roll out on the oceans because of massive pollution? No, that's man's experiment, David. Walmart 50-inch TV for $180. Well, Sarah's dad got a 43-inch LED TV for $59. Now that sounds like God's plan to me. Shall I go on? God's plan was to create cancer cells that kill people and make them live in constant pain. Was that God's plan? Isn't that special? We got the dead fish and the cancer cells, and would you like to talk more about God's plan? No, I believe in God. I find it kind of sad that we've got radiation showing up on the shores of our land. That's man's plan, David. That's not God's plan. Believe me, I'm not an atheist, but if God was standing here right now in this chair, sitting with me right now, he'd say, don't you people realize that David Sponheim is being censored by the evildoers that are destroying this world, polluting it, turning it into a cesspool? And this man's standing up against all odds. Why don't you get your faith and hope behind David Sponheim? Yeah. I would expect God's endorsement at the very least. Yes, thank you. Bless you. So now, from now on, I will do this show with a halo over my head. Yes, we are here now to gather at the political river of dissent. The left versus the right. We are here now. I don't have security at 70. I don't have 75,000 an hour. Kenny ate all the hot dogs. Yes. You know what Kenny looks like now? That guy that came in and ate our hot dogs in 2008, he can't even get out of bed. He's so fat. Your left ear said police simultaneously with you just now? Wow. Well, I've never been life raped, KY Poopy, like you, so maybe we're just communicating. It's an Oma rainbow, yes. If people were created in the image of God, would that mean God has Down syndrome and autism? No, there was no a police report filled out about our attack in 2015. Very strange too. The guy I ran against was a police officer as well. And the following year, he tried to get it so that police records are not available to the public. So he had a trail of obstruction that I've tracked, which is really weird. He tried to completely negate all police records. I don't know. This looks a little Photoshopped to me. I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say that Donald Trump is not groping his daughter. Okay? That's a little Photoshopped. I can't help but think of John Voight and Angelina Jolie, you know? If somebody paid for security, I wouldn't have to pay a cent. I suppose it's possible, but that would include traveling expenses by car as well, in an armored vehicle, because I don't fly anywhere. I'm fairly sure that they can hack all of the flight data systems, navigation systems in every plane flying. So why would I want to fly and put other people at risk? And what is it about this medium that you're not having a good time enjoying? I mean, you act like we have to meet each other. What about this are you not enjoying? I mean, you get to meet a veritable saint online every night. Are you not getting the point of the digital media we live in? Well, I have to travel in an armored vehicle wherever I go, yes. AT&T TV went up $40 for cable. Oh, they're just gouging you, dude. Yeah, I'm not going to give you my autograph as well. Hey, Cabin Talk, Claudia from Cabin Talk has got 13 minutes she's going to share with her discussion of the world. She's pretty aware, you know, she's worried about RF frequencies and dangerous chemicals in the sky, and I like her. She's probably, you know, one of those Scandinavian women I'd probably sit and have a nice conversation with.
Good morning, everybody. It's Claudia with Cabin Talk. So this is an interesting episode of Cabin Talk because I actually dare to question people's comfort zone.
Oh, I'm getting a little too nervous here. Hang on, I'm having a reaction. Oh, golly. Danger, danger, danger. Oh, beep, 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 beep. Warning, warning, warning. Dead fish. I'm not in my comfort zone. Ooh. I better go do something like play cowbell or something to calm down. That's the only way I could do it. Yeah, cowbell. I need more music. All right, we'll play her a little bit later. Claudia from Cabin Talk. Question your comfort zone. Hey, Dr. Colostomy. Yeah, always question your comfort zone. Am I comfortable? No, I'm not really comfortable. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. Yeah, now my chair is stiff. Okay, I think I got Sven high on a religious kick here. Sven, as much as we like to respond to your King David discussion, the heavens declare the glory of God, the skies proclaim the work of his hands. It is impossible to live on this planet without recognizing God, as nature is proof to his existence. Thank you, Sven. I didn't bring in anything. What are you talking about? You should be sorry for having lost our comfort zone. Yeah, I feel very stressed now. It's getting weird. I just found out that the Pentagon paid for all those green screen beheadings. They paid $540 million a propaganda firm to create green screen beheadings. Sad. Dr. C, do you have to start an argument with our reigning Christian? Do not mock it, Dave, but embrace it. You will be blessed. Are you charging for blessings, Sven? Like the Catholic Church? Hey, Scissor Fight's got river treasure, Clearwater search with plenty of loot. Let's take a look. We love Wasteful Wednesday because we can dig through rivers with these guys. This guy is an amazing collector. Ooh, I like that water sound effect. So he finds some stuff. Aqua Chigger. We're going to play him tonight. We've got a collection of a hodgepodge of odds and ends coming from various link providers. Scissor Fight has got some good stuff about old buildings and things. Water searches. That's great. Let's talk about the dangerous 5G potentially causing damage to your body, cancer, eyesight damage, severe dry mouth. Exactly. And you know the 5G has never been tested fully. Original Sci-Sci, we're not here to talk about money. Yeah. If I relied on money, that was a great water sound effect. Almost as good as your toilet bowl, Dr. C. Yeah, if I was here for money, I would have been gone a long time ago, Sky Scion. Yeah, I'm the anti-money campaign guy. I'm the anti-money candidate. Yep, the uncandidate, if you will. I'm doing everything without any money, except for just a few dollars, just to maintain a constancy on the internet. And they're trying very hard to stop me. People have made millions of dollars censoring me during my show. Mark pays people $5,000 a night to attack us. And this amazing house will give you nightmares. A relic from the past. It's an abandoned house giving you nightmares. Let's fast forward to the house.
So if you're ready, come along with me.
These guys get a lot of
wrong
grief.
step, you're in the basement.
Wow,
Boy.
this is a nightmare.
Spiral stair.
Oh my gosh, this is insanity. I can't handle it. I'm out of my comfort zone. Warning, you are out of your comfort zone. Warning, warning. You are out of your comfort zone. Okay, we got a couple things lined up for tonight. Okay, good. Read more slowly and understand. We don't need to read slowly. We're fast readers here. How do you know all these people wanting to attack you? I have all of their transcripts from the chat of people threatening my life. Yeah. Would you like to read the thousands of pages I have of death threats? I just love to sit by the fire and just read some of those death threats. They're so warming. Yeah, I don't want any more lobbyists and set a limit on campaign funds. Yeah, we love Ben. Here's to Ben. Should I pour the beer, Frank? Nah, I want you to drink it. Heck yes, pour the drink. We support term limits here, sir. You didn't make enough donations except to keep us going, Original Sky Scion. Thank you for your donation. As long as we spend very little. After 2010, roughly, when they shut Blog TV down, 2011, we were forced to go to Vaughn. Our donations virtually flatlined, and we haven't been able to run on donations. We just run on the power of God. Yeah, so you can talk about God in another channel, but this is a political show. We're not pushing God here. God. Can you believe these people pushing God here? You remember when we had to leave because they bought Blog TV out from under us by a federal informant who did a movie about pedophiles, which everyone knows that's exactly what a federal informant does. They get dirt on them and then they have to do a movie about pedophiles. I remember I knew some people who got back in the 80s, I knew of them, a producer who got charged with pot possession, and he had to make a movie about how pot was dangerous to people. It's like that's the federal judge decided he was a producer, so he had to make a movie about how dangerous pot is. That's what they do. They have people make movies whenever they get caught with their pants down or something. Are you still doing your push for God? Yeah, let's just focus on politics as opposed to God here, okay? Thanks. These proselytizers have got to decide what they are doing. Okay, now this is a barometer test for all of you. There's a new rule. If you can listen to Trump speak without thinking he sounds like an idiot, then you're an idiot. Yeah. Right. Okay, I know that's hard for you to understand, so we'll break it down for you. If you still support Trump after all the crap he's done and all the money he's taken from foreign governments, yeah, I know you praise him. You still believe his story that it's all a Russian hoax and fake news and all that, then congratulations, you are an idiot. Now, since we got past the name-calling period, I'm going to talk to all of you retardicans as if you are an idiot. And you Democrats as if you really are retarded. Okay? Yeah, this is my way of winning you over for the 2020 election. It's not that I don't really have to speak as if you're retarded, but it makes it so much easier for me to communicate with people. Like this guy.
Could it be Satan?
Well, could it? Retro Mike, you have been removed from the show. If you continue to post religious crap, we will pull you out permanently. I'm not here to win your vote, Original Skyon. I'm here to change your mind. Your vote's already in the toilet. Those of you who are still voting for Trump or still voting for the Democrats are really the problem. Ergo, the name retarded. How can you put faith in a system that's shown you time and time again that these two parties have failed you? Well, I'm guessing. I am here. I am human. I am here to help you. I am here to help the humans. Help you. Help yourself. What can I do to make your life easier? I'm not starting a riot. I'm avoiding the police conflict. I'm a good person. How else can I help you? Oh, now you're okay? Oh, you're not okay. Now you're spamming us with religiosity. I've got a lot of Catholics that are not practicing Catholics in this show right now. And they're really pissed off that you keep throwing religion at them. They had enough of that during catechism with Father Pedophilia. Father Peterphilia. Yeah. Isn't that right? You remember that priest that molested you during the 1980s or 90s or 60s? No, I don't have any desire to go on Survivor and talk to Jeff Probst and get Probst. And what is wrong with that guy? All he does is say, come on in, guys. And he's going outside every time and he's talking to women. I mean, what's that guy? I mean, why is his eye in different directions? What's wrong with him? Every time he looks at the camera, he's like bug-eyed or something. I don't know. Case in point. If Jeff ever was on Survivor, if Jeff decided to be on Survivor, I would go on Survivor with Jeff just to see him survive. Because I don't think he could survive 5 seconds on Survivor. Yeah. There you go, Jeff. Look at that eye of his. What's going on with that? You like my eye? Yeah, see how that kind of looks at you weird? Anyway, come on in, guys. Good luck with that, Tim. You have been removed from the show. Your continued spamming will be prosecuted. Come on in, guys. I mean, it is kind of a sexual innuendo, don't you think? The first person voted off the island is Jeff Probst. We all knew you couldn't cut the mustard, Jeff. Yeah, if you want to vote for somebody, you might as well vote for me. Father Peter Filia is not in the running. No. Well, I'm glad your money is shinier than all the others. It's not impressing me much at all. We've got Hillary coming back into the race. She's on her way, folks. She'll be here shortly. Oh, there she is. Hi, Hillary. How are you feeling? How's the Parkinson's going? She's thinking of running again, so don't kid yourself. She may enter the race at any time. It's very possible Biden's Biden's use of his office during vice presidency will not be the question. It's highly unlikely that he made any move with this prosecutor to stop an investigation into his son Hunter, because when you read the true story, it has nothing to do with that. 4 months ago, the story evolved from this point, The Intercept, and it goes on to talk about basically since Clinton's time, they've been running an anti-corruption campaign, the U.S. has, in Ukraine. We've been trying to get more honest politicians by using the money we give them as an incentive. This is not below the belt kind of stuff. This is above board. This is what Biden was doing. But the machine, the right-wing machine, used that event combined with the fact that his son was involved in that country's business to blame Biden and claim that he was using his power unnecessarily to get rid of a prosecutor that was somehow prosecuting his son. That's not the case at all. In fact, the prosecutor wasn't prosecuting anybody. So all of this has been spun toward the Republicans, but I'm afraid to say that the Republicans are onto something, because Biden's nepotism is unmatched by anybody in the world. I've never seen anybody want to get his son a job more than Biden did. So that's the issue that needs to be addressed, the nepotism. And if the Republicans stick to that, we'll be more likely to believe this is a real case against Biden. Then Biden will have to obviously answer to the nepotism. Believe me, I'm more than willing to talk about Trump's nepotism. He's grooming Ivanka for some job at the White House. I don't know what it will be, but, you know, that's his big thing. If Ivanka wasn't my daughter, I'd be dating her. Ugh. Hillary should have sued for a failed election, and she didn't. She had all the money from Bill Clinton and when they absconded the money from the Haitian donations. They could have easily thrown $500 million at a lawsuit, but they didn't do it. So if Hillary wants to come back, she can certainly do that, assuming she can walk. I mean, maybe her clone will be competing. Who knows? Well, isn't that super special? Well, the tragedy of Taj Mahal, the attacks of 26 movie scene, tragedy, comic. Oh, I don't know. It looks a little dark. Yeah, it looks too dark for the show. Yeah, I'm not going to play it. Fun whole ha for you too. Ha ha ha. Okay, here we go. A meme from Scissor Fight. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Something went terribly wrong here in this picture. In the old days, it was Cary Grant. Judy, Judy, Judy. Now it's, oh my gosh, what am I, a transgender? I don't know. Whatever happened to the old men of the old days? Yeah. When a man was a man and a manly man was a manlier man. Okay, and Vladimir Putin is making jokes now about definitely going to interfere with the 2020 presidential election. Oh yeah, that's real funny. Vladimir Putin making cracking joke. Look this now. You're required to laugh or you'll be facing the gulags. One moment, please.
It wasn't a single attempt to intervene in the American elections. They're doing it as we sit here.
Это смешно. Ну, или было бы так смешно, если бы не было так грустно. Потому что вот все то, что мы видим сейчас во внутриполитической сфере США, разрушает российско-американские отношения. И я уверен, идет во вред самим Соединенным Штатам. По секрету вам скажу, да, обязательно будем это делать. Чтобы вам окончательно развеселить вас там как следует.
I don't believe this story. I believe they're using manipulative techniques, creating fake news. I do not believe that video. I believe it was created by the holographic capability, CGI. We know that Putin is watching, but we also know that many people are expecting AI to be manipulating media. How do we know if it's Russia? We don't even know if that's a real link. How can you say that there's Vladimir Putin? He looks all puffy in the face. It does not look or sound like Vladimir Putin to me. It sounds like video manipulation. Hey, they say that's going to be the biggest threat to our election, 2020. The possibility that AI could be developing a plan to dominate the election. Thank you, Jane. You're welcome to promote our show here. Appreciate that. And I don't believe Vladimir Putin said he's planning on doing it. He's making a joke. I think that was a manipulation of some sort. No leader of the world, of any world nation, would openly admit to committing criminal acts against a country like ours. Unless, of course, they ran our country through a puppet known as Donald Trump. Yeah. Then I could see them wanting to do that. Like rub our face in the dirt. Only to admit that they've got the power. They got the power. Yeah, that's what it seems like to me. Yes, look at, we shall all follow in line in due time, yes. Well, that's okay. You don't have to offend me. You're offending God by promoting proselytizing and distributing nonsense in our show. Believe me, there's ample time for people to read the Bible. They don't need to do it in our chat room. Your sources say that Putin has an entire team somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,300 people documenting everything that goes on in David's universe. Well, I hope they haven't hacked my video cameras. That would be really messed up. Of course, I've already planned for that. I videotape everything I do, just for security purposes, and upload it to a server and have a remote recorded broadcast stored in a secret place. Are we on? No, you're not on the one, no. Okay, so you're pushing the tragedy of the Taj Mahal Hotel onto us. Okay, I'll play it. I'll put it later tonight. Grazie. Milio grazie. Well, I can't imagine Putin putting that many resources toward this. British Royal Intelligence has positioned agents in our room, I'm sure. Anyone from Britain here? It's okay, but you were pushing religiosity in the show. We're a political show. Yeah, we're not here to try to, allow you to just push religion. I got a lot of atheists in the show that I can't control, okay? Yeah, they get a little pissed off when you start proselytizing. This is the rock that Trump needs to uncover. If Trump wants to make any mileage right now, Hunter Biden's China deal partners include mobster Whitey Bulger's nephew and John Kerry's stepson. This is important because if you don't understand where Hunter Biden got his connections, is through his dad's relationship. Yeah. John Kerry's stepson had a lucrative business deal with the Bank of China, according to report Peter Schweitzer's latest book. He points to the business deal with state-owned Bank of China, a $1.5 billion private equity investment, as a possible reason why the current presidential candidate has adopted a conciliatory attitude toward China. Biden is soft on China. We know that. And Hunter Biden's company was linked in 2013, just weeks after Joe Biden brought his son along on an official trip to China. So this is where the Giuliani and his team of investigators need to look. Obviously, Giuliani opened up his own investigation firm while being the president's private attorney. Nobody sanctioned him. Pompeo, he didn't know what was going on. And try getting a straight answer out of Pompeo. I mean, that guy is...
When I was a cadet, what's the cadet motto at West Point? You will not lie, cheat, or steal, or tolerate those who do. I was the CIA director. We lied, we cheated, we stole. It was like we had entire training courses.
And he's proud of that. So we can't get a straight answer out of that lying sack of crap. And that man needs to step down. He mishandled this whole affair. He is incompetent. I'll take Rex Tillerson, even though he allowed 14,000 pedophiles to operate freely in the Boy Scouts. I'll still take Rex Tillerson. What a lying sack of crap he is. American definition of freedom is pay as you go. That's pretty funny, Janice. We've got the tragedy of Taj Mahal in the lineup. You can no longer keep pushing it. Thank you. Never meant to cause you harm, pain. I want to see you as laughing in the purple rain. Well, hey, we've got a visitor. Is this Prince, formerly known as the artist, now known as Dead? I don't know. I'll take Rex Tillerson over Pompeo. I mean, at least with Rex, you could get an honest, straight answer. He called Trump an idiot at one point. Pompeo's too big of a suck-up. Yeah. Isn't that right, Hillary? That's right, David. You're right again. Stay away from the WD-40? Okay. Yeah. Rex Tillerson allowed pedophiles in the Eagle Scouts. He allowed 14,000 Boy Scouts to be molested under his tenure for 20 years as president of the Boy Scouts. Not one single molester has been arrested. And they've got over 350 right now. Scoutmasters going, oh gosh, I only have one sleeping bag. Okay, one of you boys has to sleep with me. Yeah. Can you imagine being a kid in the Boy Scouts right now, having to go sleep with father pedophilia? I'm really pissed that nobody prosecuted any of these pedos, either in the Catholic Church or in the Boy Scouts. That's the truth. What a waste. Yeah, well, a lot of people have been, affected. We haven't done anything with the Boy Scouts or the Soy Scouts, or now they call them the Scouts because they allow transgenders to go in there. And there are thousands of rapes every year in the Boy Scouts. That's what America's Best just heard. Hey, you're not allowed to use the word asshole here. Later. Do you have an American flag on the side of the house in the pole of your yard? I keep mine locked up under lock and key because I don't want anyone to steal my flag. I'm too worried about lawn theft. You know what those flags cost, right? Believe me, I appreciate that you're offering banquets and conferences, but I can't travel, and I certainly can't get to your banquet and conference. Start with a donation, and then we'll go from there. We can do this the old-fashioned way, or go back to 2008 in that status. I learned a lot in the past few years, and I learned that Adam Schiff is not 100% honest. He's got George Soros behind him. And he got earlier accounts of accusations as the whistleblower's concern grew. So he got pre-advanced knowledge. There's something wrong about that. But I'm not exactly sure what's wrong about it. He learned about the outlines of a CIA officer's concern about Trump's abuse of power days before the officer filed the whistleblower complaint. That's a little weird. The early account shows how determined he was to make known his allegations that Mr. Trump asked Ukraine's government to interfere on his behalf in the 2020 election. It also explains how Mr. Schiff knew to press for the complaint when the Trump administration initially blocked lawmakers from seeing it. Well, that's actually a good thing. The CIA officer approached a House Intelligence Committee aide with his concerns about Mr. Trump. Well, that stands to reason he would do that, because he couldn't go through proper channels with Trump. He'd go, "Oh, you're fired. Oh, you're not allowed to take, you're like a spy. Oh, you're fired." Ms. Anthropy is asking whether I think that women with big bottoms are pushing men toward gayness. No, it's many men like women with curvy figures. That's not in any way a relevant statement. And plus, it's not political in nature. You missed Wig Wednesday because I'm wearing, well, I have great hair. And I'm proud of my hair, so every time my hair looks perfect, I don't do a wig. Why would I? Okay, thank you. Shine on, you crazy stone. It makes me mad, David. It makes me mad. You could be doing a whole lot more with this, and you're just sitting there. You know, this is exactly what bothers me about you. You haven't really understood the predicament we're in. Yeah. If I could travel around the world at a moment's notice, and I had received donations over the past 10 years, it would have been great. It really would have, if I had a budget to travel on. But Trump stealing my ideas is the best I've got. You know, I hope he steals my current idea of investigating Biden deeper. Look, it's the Jesus sun. Yeah. We saw that same sun from Oma earlier. Yeah, see that?
Stop! Look up, boys. It's Jesus giving us a rainbow. Ah! Praise Jesus. Praise God. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. I can't even see it.
That was Oma. She had a rainbow, a very unusual circular rainbow around the sun. And she's a Jesus person. She loves the Jesus. That's right. What have I banned? What is your name? What name do you want to be unbanned as? I don't believe I banned Original Sky Scion. No. He just checked out of the room. Praise him. You really... I didn't ban you. No. You just got muted. You came in under different names. Those who ban fear opposition. I will not allow you to speak, proselytize in gospel. We will not allow you to present your belief system in a political forum. You do not understand. You cannot control me. Here we see Michelle Obama clearly presenting herself in a dance with Ellen DeGeneres, in which her penis is bouncing around in her pants. Now, any Democrat that sits here and denies that that is a penis, I've heard people say, oh, that's a battery pack for her microphone. Oh, that's one of her Kotex pads. It was not adjusted properly. No, that is a penis. And you, sir, are now clarified. Yes. 40 ways to leave your lover. Froggy. No, man, that's definitely Michelle Obama's got a penis, man. Y'all blind or something? Man, y'all messed up. I can't believe you just said that, man. Now we enter the time-space continuum. You're traveling through another dimension, a dimension of both sight and sound, of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into Uncle Sam's zone, where you can't even smoke a fruity vaporizer. Your Nazi President Donald Trump has outlawed them. Yeah, why did they outlaw vaporizers? That's what I want to know. I mean, fruity vaporizers would have 6 chemicals in it, and cigarettes have, what, 2,000? Oh, but no, cigarettes are okay. You should keep smoking cigarettes. That way they get more tax revenue for those states that are running out of money. Yeah, all those Democratic states that are running out of money are getting help from Donald Trump. See what I mean? He supports the cigarette companies, and so do the Democrats. So they got something involved there. I wouldn't doubt that Philip Morris and R.G. Reynolds gave Donald Trump a sizable donation. Yeah, wouldn't be the first time, would it? Yeah. I'm staying on subject. Here's looking at you, sweetheart. We're not taking that scene from Boris. You have been removed. That is a mute penalty. The subject is wasteful spending by Donald Trump. We are currently spending $1 trillion over budget, courtesy of Donald Trump. He's upping the entire military budget to $750 billion to suck off of Lockheed Martin and Boeing's tit. We know, we've already covered the story of Adam Schiff knowing about the story ahead of the whistleblower. It doesn't negate the fact that it's a story. I mean, are you trying to claim that just because we knew about the Russian involvement before we actually saw the proof of Russia's involvement in our election means that we no longer can consider it as part of the story? Yeah, I predicted Russians' involvement in our election way before any other newscaster did. Why don't they make a vaping flavor that tastes like Vicks VapoRub? Why don't they make a vaping flavor that tastes like your whatever? Yeah. I don't know. You just want people to like repulse whenever they smoke a vape? They don't want a fruity flavor? Well, you're siding with the communist move that Donald Trump made of banning e-vape cigarettes? You got to be kidding me. What are you goose-stepping to the Nazi regime of Donald Trump now? Grow a ball there, maybe 2 balls, and you might have some testicles. Oh, well, you can use VapoRub if you want. You're not likely to vape. They have marijuana-flavored e-juice. Well, you could vape THC and, get high. Why would you vape marijuana-flavored e-juice? That's ridiculous. The government is brain dead. They haven't had anyone with intelligence in 50 years. The last person that had a brain was Jimmy Carter, the highest IQ president in the United States. His IQ is 155. Jimmy Carter is a nuclear physicist, believe it or not. And when he speaks in front of his congregation at the Southern Bible Baptist Church in Atlanta, Georgia, I'd like to say thank you for coming to the mass of the parish here in Plains, Georgia. I'd like to say thank you. He does still speak at his local parish. He's been known to pull off a good sermon. Yeah, he yanks a good one. Well, I definitely lusted after a Playboy magazine while reading the Bible. He was a joke. I voted for that guy. Are you claiming I'm a joke because I voted for Jimmy Carter? Go ahead. Claim all you want. It's amazing how I'm able to fill 5 hours of nonstop conversation with Sarah's help. She came in at the right time. Gives me the extra strength to make it to the distance. That and my fruit vapor juice. Pretty soon this will be outlawed. Fruit enzyme spray will be outlawed by the government. It's a slippery slope we're going down with the Nazi president we have named Donald Trump. Jimmy Carter was the only president in our country that put solar panels on the White House. I mean, how cool is that? I definitely served on a nuclear submarine. I definitely, in between working as a plains farmer, a peanut farmer, I suffered from peanut envy. I'd take Jimmy Carter in a second over Trump the Ashkenazi. Yeah. All you Zionists who support Trump and Biden, what's wrong with you people? You'd think that you'd detach your mouth from a Jewish tit coming out of Jerusalem. We don't need to be doing Israel's foreign policy overseas. We never assigned America to be the 9/11 police force for the Jewish Zionist state. I like Jews. Some of my best friends are Jews and they don't even know it. One guy actually has a name that sounds like, it's like generic, like Brown, but we know he's Jewish. Yeah. So, I mean, I have nothing against Jewish people, and I'm glad Israel is a strong nation and can certainly defend themselves. But do they really have the right to run our foreign policy and make us do their bidding? I don't think so. So a vote for Biden or a vote for Trump is a vote for a Zionist takeover of our nation. You know it, I know it, we both know it. But then why would Putin control Trump? Because Putin's controlled by a bunch of Ashkenazi Zionist Russian oligarchs. That's right. Carter has never been an idiot. He's the smartest president we've ever had. You just don't like his soft approach. I'll definitely try to send the helicopters in to take care of the hostages that were stationed in Beirut. Tehran. You have no respect for Jimmy Carter because you don't understand his politics. In the long run, Jimmy Carter will sound like the greatest president we've ever had. When you get done with another, 6 more months of Trump before they impeach him, and then get a couple more months of Pence, you'll be thanking Jimmy Carter for even being alive. You'll kiss his ass. Well, no offense, but I'll definitely listen after Playboy magazine, but I wouldn't want anyone to kiss my ass. You don't understand anything. You don't know nothing. Jimmy had a birthday? Well, if he was a joke, then why aren't you laughing? Oh. Uh-oh. Jam communication. Boris hacks the FBI scene. James Bond. I don't think that's appropriate for the show. Could you come up with relevant links to politics instead of this BS crap you push every night from the UK? I mean, we need something to sink our teeth into, not some mindless entertainment from some UK broadcast that you're picking up in Britain. We got enough with Boris Johnson and his joke of a life. What's going on with him is he's a lazy guy with a big mouth, and somehow he managed to talk himself into being prime minister of a country. Go for it. I think Nancy Pelosi she made a comeback today, and I think she's standing strong. And I respect the fact that she's done everything she could. Because if we have people like Pompeo run point on this situation, can you trust anybody like this?
I was the CIA director. We lied, we cheated, we stole. It was like we had entire training courses. It reminds you of the glory of the American experiment.
You mean you get to lie to us and we get to believe you? Yeah, well, I don't believe Pompeo. He needs to step down. I know, the dirty crowd that laughed and applauded are scary too. I agree, chat room celebrity. Hope is what will lead us on into the future. Well, we need a little bit more Barack Obama and hope, don't you think? Yeah, it's too bad he can't run again. That Muslim homosexual born in Kenya really should be running again, don't you think? Hope. Obama hope, yeah. Who wouldn't want to forget that? I mean, when you think about it, putting an Orwellian concept out there and feeding it to the masses and making them believe that some homosexual Muslim married to a transgender embodies hope. You'd have to have your head so far up your Democratic ass to think that he embodies hope. This guy did nothing for 8 years other than create Obamacare, which is spending $350 billion over budget every single year. Well, let's be clear. David, I feel that you're coming out a little hard. Just because I'm a homosexual married to a transgender doesn't mean I have to be ridiculed by you on your show. Well, yeah, I think you should be ridiculed, man. I would have ridiculed straight on up if I had some mainstream media attention in 2008, my brother. His wife has a penis. He's gay. Get over it, okay? We got a song from Ella Font. Ooh, good. Cool. We'll play that at the top of the hour. That's Step Down. I've got many of those. Former CIA Director John Brennan reveals he will be interviewed by U.S. Attorney John Durham in coming days. What does John Brennan have to say? He doesn't like Trump at all. It's going to be interesting to see this play out. Since Trump hasn't done anything with his time as president, it's great we can, grill him over the coals in terms of this impeachment process, because he doesn't do anything anyway except tweet ridiculous statements like we're going to have a civil war too if he gets impeached. Can you imagine the audacity of somebody claiming there's going to be a civil war over your lame ass as a president, Donald? You're not that important. Former CIA Director John Brennan reveals he'll be interviewed. Well, that's special. Trump hater and suspected architect of the Spygate scandal will be questioned by U.S. Attorney John Durham in the coming days. Well, good. I hope they find out if John Brennan is behind the Spygate scandal, because I just heard about it just now, and I could care less. Well, that's true. Obama and Larry Sinclair smoked crack. That's right.
Pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois, where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250.
All right, so we've got the testimony of Larry Sinclair as he openly admitted to having smoked crack cocaine with Barack Obama, and then continued on performing oral sex on Barack Obama during that time period out in front of the Comfort Inn at Gurnee, Illinois. Hey, we got a guy who just found a VW in his garage, and he's going to show you how to start this thing. It's been completely abandoned since 1956. Holy moly. Will it run? We shall find out.
Just because of all the conversation that was going on with personal information. So this is a 70 Super Beetle that is...
Okay, it's a 70 Super... Look at the incredible rust. Oh, I know that engine pretty well.
Hopefully it stops by the time...
Well, he's going to show you how to put the CV joints on that puppy. It's not easy. I put a couple CV joints on a VW van myself. Spent hours working on it. Hey, that's great. Thanks, Scissor Fight. I'll put it in the lineup tonight. Wasteful Wednesday takes on all kinds of weird recovery projects. It's not anything that would be considered...
Just because...
It's not glamorous what we do on Wasteful Wednesday. You're going to sleep? Good night. Sleep well. It's a sweet machine. They always smelled like gas, too, those VWs. Yeah, well, that's because you're pounding on the front dashboard of the van when the person was driving it ran into an Asian woman. Yeah, you should have been more careful. God.
Prime Minister, 6 months ago, you came here, you impressed everybody with your reform agenda, even me. I said if you achieved your goals, I would support you. Economic reform was the cry. And within a couple of weeks, the Commission had proposed to scrap 68 new laws. I thought, crikey, perhaps Blair's going to do it. Perhaps
Blair's going to do it. I really don't want to spend my time on the UK situation tonight. Thank you, though. Listen. I told you no more Christian dogma. Yeah, I'm trying to be nice here. And same with you, ridiculous UK link provider. China unveils doomsday bomb while U.S. military concentrates on diversity. Yeah, we heard about that. Yeah, the doomsday bomb, but that's their 70th anniversary. They always brag about their doomsday bombs in China. See what I mean, Janus? Yeah, you're going to have to bag it for a while. No, Tony Blair is still around. Yeah, Tony Blair, actually, they're thinking of bringing him back. He's talking about possibly doing maybe run for the prime ministership again. Yeah. You didn't know? He's around. Yeah. Get with the program, man. His urges Labor not to back early election because of Corbyn's unpopularity video. Yeah. There he is. Tony Blair.
The Brexiteers are laying a trap to seem as if pushed into an election whilst actively preparing for one. And they do this because they know there are two issues in British politics, not one, and we should be frank about it. One is Brexit, the other is the Corbyn leadership. It is the interplay between these two issues that has really shaped and defined British politics over the past 3 to 4 years.
Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, he's still around. Same old Tony Blair. Fight the war over there so it doesn't come home. Yeah, he got us involved in Iraq and his own country as well. Trump has recently killed 30 peanut farmers. Yeah, your icon has recently killed 30 peanut farmers in Afghanistan, and not one story about it in the mainstream media. I'm not kidding. It's a story of 30 dead people who were killed by a UAV. It was a drone strike in Afghanistan. Yeah, pine nut farm workers, you know the price of pine nuts are not cheap. Well, when people die having to farm them in Afghanistan, in Jalalabad, that's what happens. A U.S. drone strike kills 30 pine nut farm workers. Yep.
The attack Wednesday night also injured another 40 people after accidentally targeting farmers and labourers. They'd just finished collecting pine nuts in eastern Afghanistan. A tribal elder said the workers had lit a bonfire and were sitting together when a drone targeted them. A senior US official in Kabul confirmed the drone strike, but did not share details of civilian casualties. Jihadist IS fighters first appeared in Afghanistan in 2014. The US estimates there are around 2,000 Islamic State fighters in the country. There's been no let-up in assaults by Taliban and IS as Afghanistan prepares for a presidential election this month. At least 20 people died in a Taliban truck bomb in southern Afghanistan Thursday. Casualties are expected to rise as rescuers sift the rubble. The militants wanted to target a training base for Afghanistan's powerful National Directorate of Security, but parked the vehicle full of explosives outside a hospital gate nearby, a Defence Ministry source said. The Taliban have been carrying out nearly daily attacks since the collapse of peace talks with the US this month.
You can thank Donald Trump for his attempt to bring the Taliban to the White House on 9/11. That was a real smart move, don't you think? So then what does he do? He kills 30 pine nut workers to cover his ass after blowing it and saying he's going to have a Taliban come to our country. On the anniversary of 9/11, he then goes ahead and kills 30 innocent pine nut workers, and you don't give a crap. If it doesn't affect you, you don't care. Pine nuts are actually pretty expensive. Yeah. They're like $24 a pound. They're one of the most in-demand products because of their anti-carcinogenic qualities, and many vegans like them. It does affect me that our president made such a stupid move as to invite the Taliban to the White House on 9/11. What an idiot! How dare you? How dare you? You know, I'm glad we don't have to talk about Greta Thunberg anymore. My goodness. Has she faded from the media? Oh, I don't have any concern about the pine nuts. She's finally out of the media. I don't know if she's going to get any more teleplay. Yeah, I think it's pretty much Greta's had her day in the sun. She'll probably retire as a very wealthy climatologist. Ben, now you're using the Lord's name in vain. Not Greta Van Suckturn. Greta Thunberg. Yeah, I don't think you've heard the spin-off songs that she's been singing on the internet. She's got a bunch of them.
What's your message to world leaders today? My message is that we'll be watching you.
This is all wrong. I shouldn't be up here. I should be back in school on the other side of the ocean.
This 16-year-old is suffering from extreme Asperger syndrome. And it's a form of autism, Asperger. You're thinking, is that a type of meat at the store? No. Don't go looking for Asperger at your local butcher. Excuse me, but do you have any of that Asperger? It's climate friendly? No. You got Angus Burger, yes. They sell Angus Burger. Her handlers are using her. Yeah, you know who is her main handler? George Soros has a 22-year-old girl who's like a model, walking around with Greta, making her seem like she's really, really popular. Yeah, Greta has a false view.
Greta Thunberg, my arch nemesis and fellow squarehead. You know, despite the political disparities, I like what you do.
You know, I like this person because they actually can speak. And we played this last night. And aside from the fact that I really can't stand the message, I'm going to go with Greta over her. But I'll play her tonight. I like Greta. I think she's really kind of a unique individual who's being used by George Soros to promote concern about the environment. But I know people that don't even want to recycle. They consider recycling a bad thing. They say recycling is actually worse for the environment. And I don't know, how do you change somebody's mind that doesn't want to recycle their beer cans or their wine bottles? They just throw them in the garbage every night, like, oh, who cares? Another wine bottle in the garbage, who cares? Yeah, and if you could just realize that if we could recycle more, we wouldn't have Greta Thunbergs around going, how dare you? How dare you? Yeah. Soulchild bought 45 recycled toilet rolls. Were they already pre-used with stains on them? Those are the hardest ones to find. The ones that have already been used before. Yeah, toilet paper is one of those things you use it and throw it away. It's rare to see it recycled. Well, that's what they say. It costs more money to recycle things than it does to throw it out or something, but that's just a cop-out. Our government needs to start thinking about the end product, and we can't keep allowing scumbags to throw wine bottles in the garbage and could care less about the environment. I'm not going to make it illegal for you to not recycle, but I'm going to make a very robust recycling system that you will look at and go, wow, thanks, Dave, for at least giving a crap about the environment, because some of you Republicans don't care. You retardicans. The retardicans don't care. They just don't care about the environment. You wonder how the street gets so polluted with crap. It's retardicans and Democrats throwing things out their window. Yeah, so look at Latvian girl. I love pollution. This is an example. You are a polluter. You are the problem. You like it because people can clean it up, and you make money cleaning it up. Cool. Well, we definitely have to do something about the police state. That's something that we'll be tackling in the future. Freedom Friday talks about this. We'll be talking about the growing police state on Friday. Tomorrow is going to be Technology Thursday. We'll touch down on the newest concern that our military is being used as testing guinea pigs for RFID chipping and taking over their consciousness. There are people in the military right now that are having chips installed in their head because by law they have to do what they're told. You know, the Democrats have failed in the homeless situation, but that's not to say we can't solve it by recycling and helping people with bathrooms. There's an area in Los Angeles, 5th and Main, where it's Skid Row, where they don't have enough bathrooms, no showers, and I understand now you can get leprosy down there. That's what the word on the street is. Yeah, I'll go to Skid Row, you get leprosy. Garbage trucks save your ass. Without garbage trucks, we wouldn't have a mafia. I'll tell you, how do you handle the garbage waste? I'll tell you. Yeah. Well, they are recycling homelessness. And we talked to a guy from Portland, Oregon. He said he has a view of a long street where homeless people live. And every few weeks, he sees all the people leave. They're all taken away. And the next day, a skip loader comes through and just cleans the street, scrapes it clean, and puts it all in a garbage can. And then later, more people show up at the street, and then they all disappear. And you got to wonder, where are they going? So I'm going to leave you with a big question that many of you may not ask within your own mind. Where do they go? When you look at FEMA barges, like the ones they have off of Houston during the hurricanes, remember the barges that were all out there? Like this one? Where do all the people go? Yeah. These are barges that no one knows what goes on there. There's not one single social media impression of inside one of these barges, but yet they've been employed down in Houston, Galveston area for years. Yet no one knows where they go. So everybody that goes on these barges disappears, and they're never seen again. And there's no social messaging, no Instagram, no nothing. Yeah, so you got to wonder, what's the government doing on those barges? Do they have like a big grinder in there and they just turn you to fish food? Oh, we're going to the barge. We'll be safe from the hurricane, honey. Where do they go? Use your brain, people. Think this through. There's not one message on social media showing a bedroom in there. You'd think somebody would be in there with a camera going, oh, look at this. We were saved from the hurricane, Mom. I'm so happy. We're here at the FEMA barge and the bathrooms are great here. There's not one message out there of any single person that's been pulled into those things. That's weird. It's what we don't see on the internet that we have to ask questions about. Where are they taking those people that end up on those FEMA barges? Yeah, big questions. We've got answers. So now, anyway, I would direct Donald Trump to stop pushing this ridiculous story about Biden rigging the special prosecutor, firing him in order to get the $1 billion to Ukraine. That story doesn't play out right. Biden was looking into corruption, and that guy that federal prosecutor didn't prosecute corruption in Ukraine. It wasn't about Biden's son. There's no direct links. But there are definite concerns about leaks on how the Ukraine-funded Clinton campaign happened to get money stolen from the IMF. Gateway Pundit has this story. That's a good story to pursue. Biden's son, Hunter. Why did he have such favoritism? That's a good story. So Donald Trump has some legitimate stories to pin on Biden, but not the one he's using right now. It's a no-go. Biden can walk away from this scot-free. So the White House is wrestling with a response on how to respond. We're seeing Trump make some big decisions, and how he responds from here on will depend on where we go. If he has a strong offense with Giuliani leading point against Biden, and they have legitimate things, it could very well save the president.
Americans are now evenly divided on impeachment, with a notable rise among independents and Republicans supporting President Trump's removal from office. A new CNN poll just released finds 47% of Americans believe the president should be impeached, up from 41% in May. The change is not fueled by Democrats. Roughly 3/4 favor impeachment, as they did during our poll 4 months ago. but the support among independents has grown by 11 points and by 8 points among Republicans. For now, public sentiment is shifting. 45% of Americans oppose the historic move, down from 54% in May. A week after Speaker Nancy Pelosi opened an impeachment inquiry, she said Democrats would build their case on patriotism, not partisan politics.
Let us try not to make it further divisive, but we cannot ignore our oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The call for impeachment is resonating among younger Americans, the poll found, with 60% of those under 35 now in favor of removing Trump from office, compared to 43% who felt that way in May. The shift comes from within his own party. Among Republicans and GOP-leaning independents under age 50, support for impeachment has climbed from 9% in May to 22% now. As the House is set to begin hearings and depositions this week, the poll finds that 48% of Americans say the president abused his power to gain political advantage against his rival Joe Biden in his conversations with the Ukrainian president. 39% say Trump did not improperly use his office, and 10% say they need to learn more. While the poll shows unmistakable movement, Democrats still have a case to make to the broader American public.
He wants to mount a defense. I'm certainly willing to listen to it.
You know, this woman really upsets me because she committed fraud and perjury when she said she was Cherokee Indian and she had a free education. I couldn't get funding to go to college because I was white. I would have had to take out massive loans. You know, it just amazes me how the Democrats prop these criminals up in front of us. And what really disturbs me is Trump isn't prosecuting her. He could easily prosecute her for perjury and fraud right now and pull her out of the race. Easily. But he's playing catch up to the Democratic accusations and now the impeachment hearing. So Trump didn't do his part. I am part Algonquin, yes. I don't have enough to qualify for affirmative action. I would have been lying if I did, and I would never lie. So an Algonquin Indian heritage like mine certainly would have, established some funding if I had been at least 20%. But I don't think I'm 20% Algonquin Indian. This gentleman right here is an example of an Algonquin Indian, but you can see the similarities in my face to his. I mean, it's almost uncanny. I almost feel like I'm a kindred spirit with this man. Thank you. I don't know, the unnamed Native American from the Algonquin Indian tribe. But I mean, you can see the similarities in my face. So I could have easily done what she did, but I would have had a free education and been a minority professor at Harvard like she was. She needs to be charged with a serious felony. I can't believe she got away with that. And the Democrats are disgusting. The way they prop up liars like Beto O'Rourke. It's amazing. Really good map. If you haven't seen this, I'm gonna give you guys the link. Misanthropy brought this to us, but it talks about all the money we put into foreign aid. And it is amazing. Israel, of course, gets $3.2 billion a year. Ilhan Omar said that was only 3.2 million a year. She was completely off. But all these countries get a serious amount of money to keep going, and we prime the pump. We even give Russia 168 million. It's crazy. Anyway, here's the link to this amazing picture map that shows you America's support of other countries. Very good link. Thank you, Misanthropy, for finding that. It's just powerful when you look at how much money. You know, I can tell you, Dr. C, that Beto O'Rourke is the worst of all of them. Yeah, he's absolutely corrupt to the core. He was arrested in the 1990s for burglary and DWI. And then later he was actually in a hit and run where he ran from the scene of the crime. It's not his real name. His real name is Roger something, but yeah, his younger days were speckled with writing stories as a hacker, and one of them was Roger that. One of the stories was about how he wanted to murder children. Roger Francis, right. I'm more popular than Batman. People want me worldwide to be the next president. And you know, as long as they censor me in the mainstream media, the road to the presidency is going to be very, very difficult. But you guys keep watching the show, and for some reason it's fun for you, and I'm glad it is, because it's fun for me. And that's why I do the show for free every night for the past 11 years. Yeah, Beto wrote about infanticide too? Wow, unbelievable. His dad told him to use the name Beto because he wanted non-whites to vote for him. Beto equals Robert Francis. I don't really know how that came about. Yeah, but you seem to know a lot about everything, so I'm gonna assume that you're right about everything. All right. I think we're done here. If you have any other questions, we'll refer to Larry Sinclair and his testimony regarding Barack Obama in the limousine where he had oral sex and smoked crack with the President of the United States.
Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois, where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave me. Did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket.
My Mr.